I'm 1 minute early. And it says that the chat's down there at the bottom, so I'll be able to see it this time.
Hooray!
In theory. In theory. God, the sailboat's been going by today.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be going by tomorrow. People are going to be calling in sick on Monday to move their sailboats again on Monday. Hello, Braden. What's up with you? I'm just mocking people that own sailboats. Inside, they like to move them around in the between various dockings and stuff. Which
I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, you're just figuring out a delay.
Yeah.
Maria. Of course, it's funny when it's like not time for the bridge to go up. I think it goes up on the hour. I think it goes up every hour at 20, 40, 60, basically. And so they start gathering right before the hour so that the thing can come up and whatnot. Yeah, I can kind of see it over there. Yep.
Yeah.
I counted about 2 seconds, maybe max. But yeah, it's so bright. It's going to be bright. There's wispy clouds in the sky over the Netherlands today. So,
are you zoomed in more than normal?
I don't even think this camera zooms. I think it's shitty.
Well, it's shitty, but it can software zoom. Okay, yeah.
That's why my monitor has been pushed back further and further and further.
To
the point where I have to like scoot it forward so I can read things on the screen because the webcam loves to be just absolutely zoomed in. Like,
yeah.
This
for having chat up, you should read chat.
That thing. that or do you mean that one? Oops, got too dark. I have a PlayStation 4 and a PlayStation 5. It's what I've been Twitch streaming off of the 5. Probably going to strike up Subnautica sometime next week. I've been dinking around with a second son, but yeah. Where is the 3?
It's in the drawer.
Ah, it's in a drawer. I moved here with the 3 and the 4. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, No Man's Sky, Infamous Second Son, Kingdom Hearts 3. I almost said Kingdom Hearts 13 because I was getting Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts 3 confused. What else is on there? I've got
Marvel Avengers.
Yeah.
And Lego Avengers, I think. Or Lego.
Yeah, I do have Marvel Avengers, but I got that because, well, I haven't actually re-downloaded it on the 5 yet because I just don't care about it. Like, it seemed kind of cool. It has some cool things about it, but it's overly frustrating in some of its mechanics. And I'm not. And I have a couple Assassin's Creed games, but for the PlayStation 5, I only have Assassin's Creed Valhalla and No Man's Sky. Those are the ones that have been upgraded to PlayStation 5. Like I said, I have Subnautica, but that came free on the store, so I downloaded it and probably will Twitch stream that later. What else have I? No, that's it. I have a very, very solo play style when it comes down to those kind of games because it's definitely the place I want to go to not really deal with people. I mean, I stream and I'll chat, but nobody watches the stream. Nobody. I mean, people do, but it's not like a hop and chat yet. Hello, my friend. Gabriel Suarez. I don't need to do red dress, dude. Yeah, I'll go do that. I'll go do that engineering quest. An engineering world quest. I have to do 3 world quests with my trainee. I'll better well teach this hunter how to do her damn. Yeah, I still play football. Gloves are right here. Helmet, practice jersey, shoulder pads. Not one of those people that just keeps those things around because of hope. Those things are worth money, and if I wasn't going to be playing anymore, I would just sell them. Probably to someone else who wants to continue future within my club, but no, I still keep them around because I still do it. But right now, Corona rules are ugh. Central Florida Chaos Semi-Pro Team. That's a very long name. Central Florida. Was that Orlando?
Maybe.
Your parents are from there.
Yeah, but I never paid attention to where anything is. You know me in maps.
Did I pay attention to the CFL draft? No, because I didn't know anybody involved in it, and it was in the middle of the night. We'll have to see come next season. A lot of people have gotten out of shape, and a lot of people have moved around. We'll see. We'll see how things go. That's a non-zero chance there, Braden, but it's slim. Actually, I think you have a greater chance of getting to the NFL than I do. That's just. Yeah, Central Florida Chaos. Is that taking all? I guess it's a semi-pro team in Florida. You guys are just absolutely.
I don't know. That's
lousy with Instagram, in the opposite mean of lousy. Like they're just I know there's Northern California teams that just absolutely blow up their social medias on every game. Like, good guys, chill. I do not need play-by-play pictures. You have overloaded your Instagram with 500 pictures in the last hour. Stop it. Central Florida. There it is. Central Florida Hurricanes, _ Central Florida Chaos. How much more semi-pro can you get than that one by phrasing it as the Central Florida Chaos? Oh, and one of my German friends actually follows that same thing too.
I'd say that it's kind of a small world, but I'm not sure it actually is a small world.
No, it's not. I think he also randomly probably spam follows a lot of things, even though I believe he's one of those that's injury retired. Kind of like Frank, still really into the game, but is sort of young and injury retired from, like, Quentin is also injury retired by his own volition. He says he broke his back, and I was like, what happened? Oh, one of my discs slipped out of place. I was like, that's not really a broken back, but okay. He had a tweaked back, and he's playing it cautious, which is fine. It's totally fine to do.
Okay.
Would be nice to play somewhere around Central Florida. I'd be able to, like, practice year round, not think around.
Freezing your butt off.
Yeah. The league we're in, the Universal Football League. Oh boy.
Who full size? Large.
It's the UFL. No, I did not. I was many years after both of those before I ever started. Oh man. The Outlaws practice photos. You guys got a lot of people with visors. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's a lot of visors. Of course, down in Florida, you probably need it for the UV protection so you don't blind yourself all the time with is it the Sunshine State? The Orange State?
Yeah, Sunshine.
I forget.
No, Sunshine's somewhere else, right?
I don't know. Krista, it's birthday. She's your biggest fan. Hi, Krista. Happy birthday. Gefeliciteerd met je verjaardag. Did not get that final G off on the end. No, felt still not fully Dutch and have a fully clear throat to be able to pull off that G at the end of words sometimes. I just sort of like Dak. Otherwise, ick's gonna come up.
It's better than, da.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Sunshine State. So everybody needs to wear
Sun milk.
Sure. What? You derailed my thought, so
Sorry, everyone. It's the Sunshine State, so everyone needs to wear sun milk.
Okay.
You were talking about visors last
Yeah. Visors. Anyways, yeah, up in the Pacific Northwest when I lived in the States, colored visors were illegal. Like you could not practice them with them, you couldn't play with them, you couldn't do any, like you needed to have 9 doctors, which costs US healthcare costs, sign off on the fact that you had a slight tint for medical reasons and you need to be nearly blind for that. Yeah, but it's the thing is like every time I've seen people with visors, I'm just like, really? Like it's not even allowed here because we need to do it for concussion protocol. They need to be able to look into your eyes while your helmet's on. If you have a tinted visor, it's they can't see your eyes and it becomes a safety hazard. And it's the same thing it was in the States. Use visors on the helmet as a synonym for swag. Yeah, well, swag. There's so many other things you can do about swag than. See, here's the funny thing about visors. I dislike them also on principle because the same way I dislike sunglasses. It hides people's eyes, and I can't get a good read on them because I need to actually look at people's eyes to understand them, even though I don't look at their eyes while I'm talking to them because autism. But if I don't see people's eyes, I actually I feel really sketchy about the whole person if I can't see their eyes. So like during the summer, it gets really weird when so many people have sunglasses on. And I'm like, what the hell are you hiding? What are you guys doing?
I can see our eyes.
Florida that doesn't follow directions. They just don't. Like,
not the only state, but
there are a lot of states that don't follow the rules. They all tend to be in the same general area and mindset in the United States. Yeah, clear visors. Like, here's the thing: is like people in the States would wear clear visors, or people in the Pacific Northwest would wear clear visors because they don't want to get wet on their eyes because it's hard to see. I don't know. I never wore a visor, and I never really had a problem doing anything. But then again, receivers be receivers, and that's just how they do. That's why I'm always weirded out by companies selling all these visors with like logos and stuff. And I'm like, is this for decorative helmets or something? Use a red visor on the field so the QB doesn't know who I'm looking at. like there's method to that madness, but it's still just like, I don't know. Like I said, it's frustrating beyond all belief. Because like I get a lot of comments on the YouTube channel. They're like, "What kind of visors do you have? Why don't you have a visor on your helmet? You should put a visor on that helmet." I'm like, "I can't. It's like illegal. What do you want me to do? Violate the rules because I think I have the right to it or something? I don't
Well,
know."
you are American.
Just because I know that, but even in the States, people were like, "You should violate the rules because coolness is way better than, being good." The end and linebacker. At least somebody is separating those two. I'll tell you this much. That's spoilers. Tomorrow's video is going to be about the confusion between outside linebacker, defensive end, and fat, strong safety. And so, yeah, it's super cool seeing all the people that I have on Facebook in the States. They're like, "Hey, look, I'm playing football. Hey, look, I'm playing football. Look, I'm playing football. It's so fun." And I'm like, I mean, I physically could go to practice, but there's no reason to take my pads because we can't contact. And I would basically be jumping up and down on tires and doing ladder drills. And I'm like, I can do that here and not spend $10 and like 3 hours to get there and back. It's just, yeah.
God, transit here is so cheap.
Transit is cheap, yes. 2 games away from the playoff run. Well, you better hit it before hurricane season. I don't even know if it's going to be bad or muted this year. But yeah. D end linebacker. That's fine. Like some people don't like to distinguish. Like, I'm like, what? There's just so many frustrating things. Like Von Miller is considered an outside linebacker. I'm like, motherfucker, what? That dude is such a good pass rusher off the end of the defensive line. He is a pass rushing defensive end. He's a pass rushing defensive end. I have seen him run into coverage. He's not nearly as good as if you put him up against an offensive tackle and you put them at war. He will win every time. He is a defensive end. He's a defensive end. Why are you listing him as outside linebacker? Because he's too skinny. Or something like that. And it's always like, oh, okay, so JJ Watt is a defensive end, but Von Miller in the exact same position is an outside linebacker. Don't get it. Like, let's check here. Nick Bosa. He is labeled as a defensive end. I don't get it. But yeah, that's going to be most of my frustration and clarifications as to some things. Oh no, I missed a bubble. Oh no, I didn't. Apparently, if you lose your thing and you slow fall into another bubble, you regain the parasol. Oh no. Okay, now I just got to get down. And I'll hearth after this. I'll fully pay attention to the chat. All right. I'll tap it back. What do we got? No, nothing new in chat. Sorry. My advisor, QB doesn't know who I'm looking at. Here's the thing. If the QB is technically looking at you long enough to see who you're looking at, he's not doing his job. Because if the QB is even under center and you are like 1 yard off, like even faking a blitz, that means you two are this far apart, then maybe. But he needs to look at the entire field. And at that point, what are you looking at? You're in an A gap as a middle linebacker, you know? So if the QB is spending long enough to look at you to see who you're looking at based on your eyeballs, he's not doing his job very well. He's spending too much. It's sort of like the corners that peek into the backfield way too much and lose track of their receiver. Like, your eyes aren't in the right spot, bro. Matt gets lined up on LB position as well as D end. JJ Watt only lines up as D end, so it makes a lot of sense. But that's I'll go over that tomorrow when I record the video. Do you want to know Durval, Quiroz, Neto? No, I don't. I really don't. I am not I'm not a roster junkie. I don't like, I was watching some Instagram reels where someone was like, they were doing a quiz that put a little hat on your head with a little like thing, and it says, what is your NFL team based on anything? But he was utilizing it as a random generator to see who would be his fantasy team or something like that. And it was like, dude, if I saw Raiders and it said running back, I'm like, I don't even know who is the running backs on the Raiders. I'm not a roster junkie. Me, myself, is an outside linebacker. I know, Nico. Honestly, I'm surprised you're in the chat, considering the falling out we had on Facebook. I remember. All right, the quest goes back up front. Yeah, see, if I was an outside linebacker, I would be lining up like a Will or something. Like, even all my teams, our outside linebackers we've never had that quirky issue where we've called outside linebackers defensive ends and had them line up on the line. They were always counted in the numbers of like 4-3, 3-4 sort of thing as defensive line, not linebackers. Facebook is one big joke. Nothing to take serious about that until someone's not believing that the 5G tower that put up in the middle of your city is giving you a headache constantly. It's about the rushing power or something. I know. I said I'll cover it tomorrow in my video. I'm going to do like heavy research as to why there are various decisions. I got my whole linebacker. No, it's in the room. I got my complete linebacking book. It has all the lists in there as to why someone would be a defensive end versus an outside linebacker. I research before my videos so that I don't lose track of things. Central Florida Hurricanes seems poorly named. I'll follow the chaos. Puts more things on my lists of things to follow. But I swear to God, this sun it feels like it's only 6:30 and I feel like this sun's not going to set. I'm still looking back at like February when it was dark at this time. Come on, wow, we can close. Yeah, I have some words for Zachary when he finally shows up in the chat. I mean, yes, I know Facebook is a joke. That's why I only log in like once every 3 days to check any notifications. I mean, I don't even wish people happy birthday anymore. I mean, like, eh, my phone is being weird. Like, it's not even. It used to be my first one, but it's like now it's Tumblr, that stuff. It's not even in my social media tab things anymore. I completely disabled Facebook on my phone. I cannot accidentally open it up. I now switched over to Twitter because it's just easier. People can I don't like I don't stumble across stories of people. But every so often I log back in to check out my stuff my sister's posted because that's hilarious. Especially when she goes to order she wants drumsticks and ice cream to tell her husband, can you go to the store and get me drumsticks and ice cream? And it came out as drump strips or something like that. At least she got her ice cream. But yeah, it's funny. I was actually going back through my old Christmas videos and stuff, trying to look for actually the name of a dog she used to babysit. And I came across the general idea as to why I do my sister justice when I talk about her on like live streams and stuff is because she's the one that actually suggested you could dump a body behind the place she worked many, many years ago. And like, nobody would know. You just like pick up a body, make sure you're dusted for prints, throw it behind the crematorium, and people were like, why did someone leave one of our bodies out here? They'd pick it up, pull it inside, and cremate it. And be like, well, we don't know who it is. John Doe it is, often to the blank grave. And I was like, Kathy, is this How to Get Away with Murder? She goes, actually, that show is really incorrect. You just got to go to a crematorium. And I'm like, what the? Just what, Aaron? What?
Just your sister.
You remember that conversation?
Yes, I do. I remember it.
It was scarring. Yeah. Also waiting for Matt Peterberg to get in here so I can tell him how to make a ginger shot. I told him the ingredients, but I don't know. But I said I didn't know the percentages. But the Verse Sap from Albertheim does actually have the percentages on the back, so he can figure that one out. Yeah. I still can't believe their cheese was hacked. Their cheese supplier. God.
I don't.
I want Frank to explain that, but he's not.
Right? I need that explained. Like, how do you hack a cheese manufacturing group plant facility?
I'm going to send him the actual thing. I need the cheese/milk hacker exchanged. How do trans people kill people? They/them.
That's awful.
To Frank, I need the cheese milk hacker explained. Like, he probably doesn't know much more.
You're in the YouTube partner program, right?
Yeah. That's how I get paid.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have subscriptions.
Can you only do emotes if you're YouTube gaming?
I don't know. No, because people have maybe emotes, but there's emojis. There's custom emojis because TYT had them all the time, but you had to like subscribe.
Yeah.
And I don't have subscriptions enabled on the channel. I mean, I might, but nobody does it because subscriptions on YouTube work functionally like subscribing on a Twitch channel does. Like literally the whole subscribing to the thing is if you regularly go live for your content. And all I do is a fun social hour that it like, an hour and a half, I'm going to pull out the beers and we're going to get cray cray. But yeah, in terms of football news, apparently Stuttgart has has finalized its name of its ELF team. I still think that so the Stuttgart Scorpions are the GFL team. And I like that because scorpions are dangerous. Scorpions are damaging. The Stuttgart Surge. What? To me as an American, this makes me think of that shitty lemon drink.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, what is going on? Yeah. But yeah, like Nick Bosa is considered defensive. And like I said, it's super weird. Oh, so it wasn't actually like super hacked. There was just ransomware in the ordering system.
Oh God, that's worse. Oh God.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi, Manu.
someone got fired for that.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Oh, someone got fired there.
Okay, yes, it's channel membership perks.
Yeah, it's, like I said, if I went live, like how like TYT went live with their news every night and stuff, and then damage report goes, they do a live stream. If they did that, then sure, I would probably activate subscriptions, and it's just And so
Okay.
he doesn't think someone got fired. It was just a hack. Oh no. Oh. Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank. Like I saw some things from Sophion posting that, about doing stuff at practice. But I'm like, he's still under 27, so he can do all this fun stuff. Is it still in his story? Yeah, like Robin and Sophion and a bunch of other people are in full pads and like other stuff, but then like Dennis is in the back just lounging around in shorts and a t-shirt because we can't. Not much, Jelly Duck. How's life far closer to the Suez than I am? I just being weird. Mm-hmm. Being super weird. What do you call an interstellar cloud of dust? A nebula. Sometimes Secret has the silliest questions.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's funny because I talked to actually a fair number of Dutchies about football, and some of them are over 27 and some of them are under 27, and neither group really understands that rule. I don't even think the people that made the rule understand the rule. They just said it. It's sort of like, okay, yeah, that like someone said something at a press conference and then they sort of went, what? That's not real. Are we doing this? We said it publicly. Okay, let's make it real. And I said back in March, we are one nice day in April away from people just whole ass violating curfew.
Yeah, it's a nice day in April.
It's a nice day in April. Like, yeah. Rio Football Academy. Offensive linemen need this drill. Yep. Oh. Okay. So it's a drill to teach for double teaming as the offensive lineman. Hoy. Please say hoy. Hoy. Hoy, hoy. Hoy, yeah. I guess. Hoy, yeah. Yeah, I get it. I was just looking at this offensive lineman drill, and it just puts a piece of paper between them, and they have to double team a defensive lineman, but they have to hold the piece of paper between them until they push him back far enough, and then they can split to go after the linebackers. Looking at some of the Dresden Monarchs are like announcing people signing to their team that are Germans, and I'm just like, oh my god, these German linebackers are so skinny. He's got 100 kilos on 191, 191 centimeters, and he's a defensive line. What the hell? Like, I'm 181 and 100 kilos. He's like taller than me. No, I'm 190. What am I? Fuck. 183? Yes. It still is technically viral when the football season comes around. Come like July, the thing's going to go crazy again. It'll probably push itself over 1.5 million views, but is it? How is it at? It's funny because most people see that come up on their suggestions or something, and I have to actually dig for the video. Because I have to go into my analytics, I have to go into revenue, and I have to go down because it's the video making the most, and then I have to physically click on the video to get all the information on it. 1.3, yeah, it's 1,363,758 views. Yep. So it's possible it could send itself over 1.5 million views next football season. Yeah. It's and I still sometimes go through there's like the top level comments, but then people reply to those comments, but I don't get any notifications on that. So sometimes like the pinned comment on there is like talking about like the hate. Yeah, that's the one. Is like, could people need to stop hating? Because if you actually go back through all the top level comments, there's a whole mess ton of hate in there about gay and fat and unathletic and yada yada. Anyways, but I go through there and I'll still find people replying down there. Like it's 200 replies long. I don't get any notifications for it. I can see me chatting from the reflection on the screen. That's actually Aaron. That's not me. Yeah, Aaron's waving right now.
My screen's too dirty. I can't see it.
But yeah, because I'm not watching my own stream on my phone. I could be, but then it's like just super weird. Superception. Do you have any good? I need to fully refresh Pokemon. 46%. Give me a charger. Yeah. Yeah, it's because yeah, it's the bounce. And then looking back at Aaron, yeah, it's how reflections work. I can probably turn the television to reflect me, but like this is my computer that you can see right here. This is my computer. I'm technically sitting directly where I would be in the reflections are reflections. Oh, angels. I guess. You mean like the mythology ones or the actual biblical ones with like 18 tentacles and 16 eyes and like 9 mouths or something like that?
Or do you mean we are like angels? Or are you talking to a person earlier in the chat had the name Angle or Angel? Bruh.
Oh! ANGLE. Ah! Like in math. Because ANGEL is like angels. If you're talking like that, that's an angle. ANGLE. And my stupid autistic brain took what you typed literally. Yeah, but it's, yeah, angles. But when you put the angles, I was like, angle. Oh, like it clicked. Well, but yeah, angles like that, because this is because reflections happen with it's the angle of symmetry. So this thing's looking at that television screen, and the exact angle coming back out of it is Aaron's computer, which is actually very centered.
Yeah, that's good. And just remember, if you're ever cold, stand in a corner, because they're always 90 degrees.
That only works in Fahrenheit. It only works in Fahrenheit. I do not want to stand in a 90-degree Celsius corner.
Yeah, no.
You know. There's Matt. Was that snow or was it grapple? Because we had grapple. It was raining styrofoam. When do you get grapple?
Grapple.
Grapple. Oh, the Icelandic team is finally updating on their Einherjar.
Really?
Yes.
Wait, place or name?
That's the team's name, Einherjar.
Nice. Was a mix of everything yesterday.
So you had in one day what we had over a course of 3 separate days. All of them were consecutive, but yeah, the Instagram reels and TikToks of that was insane. Wait, is that the away team or did like a Spartverjar? Einherjar B versus Spartverjar. Oh god, do I have to? I'm gonna Spartverjar. Fewer than 100 posts. Oh, okay. Do you have a? Oh, it's just a gym. But it's probably another one. McCubey Middle School. When we snapped, I count throw. It was stuck in my glove. Then I had to run. And I got to the 80-yard line and started at the 20-yard line. Isn't that cool? Yes. Running that far in middle school is a endurance test. Running that.
That That's an endurance test for a lot of positions now. Like,
How was it stuck to your glove? Like,
was it freezing?
yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Was it like freezing out? Like, did you have way too much stickum? My kidney started burning. It was cold. All right.
Probably frozen.
Okay, so your glove was wet, the ball hit it, and then immediately froze like your tongue sticking to a pole. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I wasn't sure because so you got to the 80-yard line, so you were at the 20, so 80 minus 20, that's 60 yards, right? You guys on offense think of yards different. Of course, I'm like weirdly autistic and I actually do partition the field. So like I never go over 50. But like some guys on offense think of the whole field as 100 yards, and it technically is, but as defense, I think of it as two halves. It's like we are on our side. We need to push. Well, we need to push as hard, but we need to push them back onto their 50, not our 50. Apparently, one of our defensive tackles is on, or our defensive tackle is on Twitch streaming right now. Last year in youth football, someone had to go to the hospital. Oof. All right. A lot of football players throughout a lot of seasons, throughout a lot of countries go to the hospital.
I mean, yeah, it's an oof, but it's not that much of an oof.
I had to. Once. Yes.
Twice?
No, that's why I was thinking because we just went to urgency care.
It's still the hospital.
But it's not the hospital. It's just urgency care. For the broken finger.
What about your head? Oh, right. We didn't go to the hospital for that because your coach had.
No, we didn't go to the hospital for when I got my near concussion. When I split my head open right here. You have flag football tomorrow? Oh, good. Cardio. I'm probably going to ride the bike in and get burritos tomorrow. Think we're going to have a really low, windy day. So what did they go to the hospital for? Do you remember? But yeah, no, with my arm. Yeah, there's like having to go to the hospital is one thing, having to get the ambulance called is another thing, especially in the States.
Oh yeah.
Things get super crazy when you're actually having to resort to an ambulance. I mean, that person is probably unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like a broken arm can be like, because I broke my collarbone and I still went to the hospital, but I didn't need an ambulance per se. One of our team dads just drove me all the way from practice to Amsterdam. But arms are easy to break.
So are collarbones.
Collarbones are almost meant to break. Arms are not meant to break. And I say that meant to break is in like collarbones are by and large pretty weak for what they are. Like it's like while I was laying around not being able to do in anything because I needed to it was freshly after surgery. I was reading up on a lot of why collarbones are so fragile because my American was kicking in and thinking it was a failure beyond all belief. And it was like, why did I have to be so weak and break a bone? Why did my skeleton have to be faulty? Sort of thing. So I was trying to figure out if it was like rational that a collarbone broke in well, I only thought it broke in one place. Turns out later it broke in 4 places. Where's the scooter gang? I don't think they came out today. I mean, it came out earlier.
Yeah, it might have been when we weren't here.
Yeah. They may be out tomorrow. A Sunday scooter gang of 9-year-olds. Yeah. Can you do that on Twitch or something? Is that possible where people can have mics and live stream?
Maybe.
It says, I wish on broke my collarbone back in my freshman year in high school, 2 weeks before football camp. I think I actually broke mine at football camp in Belgium. Belgium. But yeah, like I think that's where I broke mine, and then I sort of walked it off for like the next month and a half.
Long time.
Way too long for Aaron.
Still kind of mad about it.
It's fine. I'm still mad about your sleeping arrangements.
Okay, the way you said that makes it sound like I'm sleeping around.
What state do I live in? I live in the Netherlands. It is currently almost 7 o'clock outside. I'm on the 5th floor. So there's a lot of stuff. The largest skate park in the Netherlands is outside my window. Actually, I can show you that because this camera is just sitting on my monitor. Wait. Oh, can you see that? There we are. See? Right out there. Yep. But I live in Amsterdam. So, yeah. If you guys are familiar with that city. I was actually walking by a coffee shop today, and I was thinking, like, if I get to 20,000 subscribers, I'll do a live stream completely blitzed. One of our youth players, you got the PS5? Someone doesn't watch the YouTube channel. Yes. 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so it's oh, actually my complete line banking book is right here underneath a bunch of mail I got from the Comita. We need to really sort this stuff. I'll do it right now. All right. Get all this paper, see what we don't need. Yeah.
Aaron's watching chat, so you can do that.
Usually when I'm not watching chat is when I'm alt-tabbing, Googling something. On Sleeves or on SISU? Oh, no. Sleeves is Dashric 25. SISU is Dashric. Yeah. It used to be, like, Sleeves used to be Dashric 40, but they had to do something with their ordering system. Now it's Dashric 25. I had to go through and change a lot of things. Okay. I mean, the codes are still good if you want to get like 25% off your orders, especially if you need face masks. I got 2 masks out of that one. Might get more just to get more style. I mean, I have just a flat white one for the genericness of it. Then I've got one with graffiti on it that's currently drying because I had to.
Just wash your masks.
I do, yeah.
Not you.
Oh yeah, just wash them. Most people have like the disposable ones and spend way more money on it. Like they go by the vending machine, they get a little pack of like 10 and then carrying them around all day and just use a new one all the time. This is why we're having such a mask problem of them just lying around. To be fair, a lot of them are just basically dense cloth and they will eventually disintegrate in water, but yeah. Virginia, right in the middle of the East Coast. It's not even a Virginia accent.
Not even close.
Not even close. Whereabouts in Virginia? It's not a small state. The Netherlands is a small country. And I keep thinking like, oh yeah, Virginia. I forgot that's a really wide state. It's a little from Texas. After a while, I start losing track because I watch a lot of liberal rednecks. So the general South stuff gets a little bit blurry. I listen to some, and Anne is from Texas, and she still has that nice Southern accent. And then Bo with the fifth column is like rural Florida, and then Trey is from I don't even know where he's from. He is Appalachia hillbilly. No, he's not. I don't know what. I like his accent though.
It's a good accent. I shouldn't say that. There's no such thing really as a bad accent, except ones that I do.
You live next to Washington, D.C., NFL NAB. Hi. Diego FCU, what's up, big MLB? Ready for my blocks? Incoming on practice? I don't know. Are you going to be over 27 soon? I mean, you wouldn't hit an old man, would you? You probably would. You've done it before. It actually caused me an asthma attack, a slight asthma attack, that one game. Yes, I still play football. Fuck, that's Diego FCU, yeah. The moment I saw Diego, I did not think anything else. Anyone else. I know I've known a lot of Diegos in my past, but the only one that sticks out in my head. Yeah, I know. I know, I saw your birthday stuff. I'm like, oh, so long ago. 2 weeks ago. April 4th. Wow. April 4th. The day before first contact day. We're at Netherlands. Over some hurricanes, but that's a small and a small and a small. No, my real name is Theodore. But yeah, it's most people call me Theo. I used to go by TJ, and it stuck for so long, and then eventually in football I moved it over to Theo because we had a lot of confusion with other initial names on my first team, so I just started moving it over to Theo, and then it just sort of stuck that way. But technically, TJ still works. Dashric works. I've had that name for 25 years now. 5'11", and I don't know what percentage of that. My sister will say she's 4'11" and 3/4, and she says 3/4 at twice the volume of the 4'11". She needs to make sure that she's almost 5 feet tall. Almost. And I'm like, I'm 5'11". I don't like her. I'm not 6 feet tall. I mean, I am with shoes on, but but no, Diego, I will be back at practice when football practice happens, if that makes any sense. It's right now things are funky. It's a pain in the butt for me to get all the way out there. I can't even do Thursdays with curfew and shit, so plus now with Sean and the corona scare. Yes. The term iron sharpens iron, but I don't like that because they both basically grind each other down to the point where they're both sharp yet dull at the same time. And I'm just like, no, we're brothers. We build each other up. Iron sharpens iron is weird. My friend's dad's mom knows Patrick Mahomes in person. It's so cool. That is really cool. But you probably got selfies with him. My friend's dad's mom. So your friend's grandmother knows Patrick Mahomes. This tree is getting out of. Yeah, I was like, your friend's dad's mom. That's pretty cool. My cousin is Justin Tucker. That's a nice name. Sebastian, I don't watch Twitch. Good for you. Oh shit, I didn't put Jeff's Twitch link in the description. I better do that right now. I put it in I talked about it on yesterday's video, but I didn't put his link in the video. I need to open up Twitch. I need to share the channel. Alejandro's live now. He's playing on his come on, how do I share this? Share via Whisper, copy link. There it is. Awesome. I'm doing everything from my phone. Me thinking what type of math he's doing. Math? I do autistic algebra. If that helps anything at all. Most people want to complain and call that Common Core. I'm like, it's not. It's just autistic algebra. That's yeah, okay, I get that. It's autistic finger twitchy things. I do it actually a heck of a. Everybody does it to an extent. Even Aaron, he'll hold his finger to his head every once in a while, like he's thinking, but I'll like manipulate my thoughts. And I do the thing like I'm in the Matrix. I'm like, because after a fashion, I visualize how things are going together, and I do it on the field. And this is something I kind of try to mute down, and I'm kind of giving it away here because I'm trying to work my way through it. But I'll sit here, let me stand up, and I'm in linebacker pose, and you'll see me like that. It is a periodic table. It's from Kurzgesagt. Aaron wanted to, right? They're both from Kurzgesagt. Yeah. We have the stellar engine over there next to us, and then back there is a periodic table. We needed a periodic table again. I had one before, but it was way more scientific, and I couldn't figure out how to get one. So we got one from Kurzgesagt. Witchcraft on live stream. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, you'll see. And like, the thing is there's no way to actually divine is the term. When you read someone's motions, you're divining information from it. So where's that term come from? Am I using it from D&D?
Possibly, but divination is
the divination book.
Thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing is you can't actually divine anything from witchcraft basically. But you can't actually get any. Oh wait, you said it in 2 words. Let me guess. Oh no, I get it. Oh, that's hunchback. Witchcraft.
Ah.
Yeah. I got it. Witchcraft. Yeah. But yeah, like Diego, like nobody's going to be able to divine anything from my hand motions. They don't technically mean anything, but they help me think through processes. I know Rogier. Oh God, that was going to be one of my complaint things. I like Rogier. He's a great person. He's a great linebacker. He also functions as an offensive lineman. But it really gets me when I'm sitting here as an American trying to speak Dutch, and his name is Rogier. However, there's a guy on Instagram Reels who's also on TikTok, and his name is Rogier Buck. He says his name is Roger. Now, everybody at practice says, hey, Raji, hey, Roji. And I'm like, his name is Rogier. Why are you guys putting it? The Dutch, they do that. People are like, oh yeah, I speak a second language. The Dutch have one, at least the people under a certain age have one language. And it's this weird mixing of Dutch and English. Oh no, we speak Dutch. No. Some of you might. There's a lot of you. I'm looking for the must go through stress. Yeah. Come on, witchcraft. I'm going to show you the GIF that I was talking about. Yeah, that one. Witchcraft. But yeah, they do. Some of Hank Green's reels and stuff have just been like the one about scientists. Scientists are keeping this from us. No, they're not. Scientists want to scream to you so much. They want to tell you how amazing everything is.
Yeah, they do.
But yeah, it's if you're referencing Beaverton, what about that town of not 100,000 people? What about it? The home of Nike. What most people know it as. It's where I used to live. I know that's like the location of where I was before on the on your ID, on your yeah. That's when I lived in on the original suit up videos where most people are watching and see me from. And in fact, most of everything past when I was with Willie and doing football stuff was in Beaverton. Sometimes it was in Hillsborough, but I didn't really care to mark that one up. But now for the last 2.5 years, I've been in Amsterdam. Yeah. I try to link them all now with at least Amsterdam. If I'm mostly at practice, I will say it's at Hilversum. There's actually a location I could put in the ISA Hilversum Hurricanes. John Tridon. Hello. Wait. Georgia Bulldogs? Is that what we're talking about? Georgia Bulldogs? This is witchcraft. I'm the Georgia Bulldogs in flag. Witchcraft. Honestly, bro, you're going to make me want to watch WandaVision again. If anything, just the very last episode, because that is witchcraft fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, spoilers.
Right.
Like, what? There was a week in between that and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and we're at episode 5 of the Winter Soldier, so we're 6 weeks past the finale of WandaVision. Yeah, no. If you haven't seen it yet, you're not going to watch it at all. That's flat out.
Yeah.
It's not like people are too busy out dinking around. I mean, if you're like 8, wait, is that the scooter? Is that the scooter gang? No. No, they're on skateboards and they don't have helmets on. Never mind.
You lost your train of thought.
No.
Okay.
We're calling that a transitionary team. A lot of people absolutely love that uniform because the United States is drowning in its own flag. But there was intrapersonal issues with that team. And I mean, they aren't even really happy with me because I had to bail on them in the middle of my 3rd season with them. And then everybody was trying to figure out why I went dark. I was just like, dude, I can't handle this season. I've got a lot of life hitting me. And then 2 months later, I posted to Instagram, leaving for Amsterdam, bye, United States. And people are like, I'm sorry, what? And I'm like, bye. 3 hours ago, I was at Subway. You were directly in line with the clock. Oh. Yeah, 3 hours ago, I was at Subway eating a taco beef sandwich, a staple in the Netherlands. Don't know why it's not anywhere in the United States. Frankfurt Galaxy? Why football? Who are Rudy 5 and 9? Oh, okay. He's got a vid from you from 3 hours ago. Yeah, that would be the video entitled about that water intake. I did some stupid stuff. Well, no, I did some great stuff. Right, no, it's Thursday. Losing track of my days here because I recorded a video today that's going live tomorrow. And the video you just saw went live today, but was from yesterday, was referencing information from the day before. So Saturday, Friday, Thursday, I did a whole lot of stuff, didn't drink a lot of water. And then at the beginning of that video, you'll basically find out that I went tinkle and it stank. And I was like, uh-oh. So I drank 3 of these. That's
4.5 liters.
Are you on coffee? Yeah. To be fair, I do actually walk to the store. It's 4.5 liters of water. In case you're wondering, it is sparkling iced tea. It's more than a gallon. I mean, a gallon is 3.8 liters, so 3.897, something like that. But yeah, it's about a gallon of water in one day. Well, that's a lot. Yeah, it is. Flushed my system, rehydrated everything. Yeah. It's going to be. I love some of the things about American tourists in Europe. Not so much in England; they don't do it over there as much, but they are like used to it way more because they do They go to the mainland a lot more often. But like in Germany and the Netherlands, in many restaurants, if you ask for water, they're going to give you a bottle, and it will be carbonated water. You have to ask for still water, or Aaron sometimes asks for a bottle of tap water. But yeah, sparkling water and sparkling tea over here is common. I mean, Aaron's bottle. Where's your bottle? Like he buys this stuff. It's sparkling raspberry flavor. He just fills it up with water for general and whatnot. But yeah, sparkling water around here, like you get used to it. But it's always nice when, because like we'd be at Mama Doe and like and it was like during the summer and everyone's wandering around because it's like getting 20 degrees at 10 o'clock at night. And we're like, oh my God, we're out on the terrace, and like the American tourists would come and then they'd order some water and they bring the little bottles. And I'm like, oh my God, ladies, why are you doing this? You know this. Oh, you're like initiating them.
I wonder if that's like a requirement to be in Jamaica here.
You must initiate the Americans by giving, if they just ask for a glass of water, you give them a bottle of sparkling water, and then you sit back behind the bush and watch them freak out. It was like the video I did about Amsterdam.
Yes.
I'll tell you this. I've lived in Amsterdam for about 2.5 years now, and I'll tell you this lockdown's got me real bad because I miss the American tourists here on Amsterdam around noon, just having an absolute existential crisis. Dutchies, you understand what I mean?
I fucking love that. Just having an absolute existential crisis. I used to go to Dab Square and like 11:45, I'd swing by the Starbucks, I'd get a Americano, and I just sit at Dam Square, and I'm just like, and then it happens at noon, and
everyone just.
But the thing is, you've got like all the bicyclists doing this, and you've got all the people like going and doing their business. But like the tourists that have never been to the Netherlands and have never looked up anything about the Netherlands or Amsterdam, and they're just like, I'm going to go to Amsterdam. I'm going to smoke a lot of weed. And then they get super stoned in the middle of the day. It's on the first Monday. And then the air raid sirens go off for the national test. Just the whole country. You can hear it across the whole country.
It's great.
Like if we had a friend here that like I would do it to Willie. If he was here on Monday and we were out riding a bike, I would take him down to that corner on or not corner at the edge of Frankendale Park. That's like right across the street from one of those. And then he'd hear it. he'd hear the because it doesn't happen at that one first. It happens different parts of the city. But then right across you get the it scared me and I knew it was coming. It was like the 7th time I'd been through it. So yeah, that was the summer. Oh, I don't even remember. Can I even? I found it, Dashric. Finally got myself lost. Nope. Way too many complications. I dared you. Oh God, where is it? It's going to be hard to find this video because I don't know what I named it, and I got to scroll all the way back for it. 5 tips for linebackers. You may want to go to the hospital for that one. I mean, if your kidney's gonna pop out. What is it? There was a Cyanide in Happiness about a whale kidney or something like that. It was just like the greatest. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to find this video. Maybe I have to. Let's see here. Can I actually find it on here so that I can get a date? Because I date every one of my videos. Okay. 98% of my videos. There's a lot of videos I don't date because they're supposed to be informational at the time videos. Like none of the Football 101 videos are dated in the title. Alarm. Nope. Found. 7/2/2019. Yes, Quanell, that is very true. Was that show message? You nice. Yep. All right, so let's go back to the search. Dashric 07-02.
All right, we're back to normal. Decent.
I went out looking for it. Oh, okay. So yeah, this says audio normalized to enhance for camera, approximately increase of 20 decibels.
Oh no, there they are. I can hear them. It's right there.
You can imagine. Someone who's never heard that siren before, doesn't even know it's coming. And just like, and I think there's one somewhere near Dam Square because I've heard it really loud. And you could just imagine the Americans that have like never had a bad thing in their life. Okay, what can I say? I like when you do how to put on equipment on. Yeah, those are really good videos. I could do another one here sometime soon, but again, I haven't really changed much of my gear. Could always see if we can milk that cash cow again. But yeah, those sirens are great. If I just take someone there, because the thing is like I knew it was coming. You could see in the video, I was looking around, I was listening for it. I knew it was coming. But even if you really go back and you watch that video clearly, I twitch a little bit when it happens because it is so loud.
Yeah.
You've been next to one when it's went off in Eindhoven, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, right, you did. You sent me a video of it. Way back when you were first going to Eindhoven, you were down there and you're like, I'm going out for lunch. And apparently there's a siren and oh, just the purge is about to start. The purge in the Netherlands will never start. And like if the purge starts in the Netherlands, people just gotta be like, terraces are open. People are like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, let's go to the terrace. I brought the borrelplank, yeah. I have the beer in. Like they'll just sit down, have tapas and beer, and they'll just literally stop a purge because the terraces are open.
I've lived in Amsterdam for
Oh yeah.
Love the tapas section here at Auerheim. Olives, cheese, meatballs, wraps. But finally, we get down to the dips, and you get cream cheese, red beet, and goat cheese. What?
Good question. What?
No, there's a message held for review. I'm going to show this one so I can answer it, but if you continue down this line, I'm gonna nip it in the bud, because this is the answer to that question is none your business. Because why you want to know? Turn that back on you, but again, not going to go too much deeper than that one. Meatballs. Yeah, sometimes. So they are meatballs here. It's not like they're called, they have a different name because it's Dutch, and they're gehaktballetjes. Going to hide those, but still answer, it's none of your business, and everybody does. Not just people of my variety. Sorry, Quanell, but you seem to be a little obsessed with some other person's bedroom business on a live stream that I said isn't for kids, but that doesn't necessarily mean all adult topics all the time. We have a red light district for that in Amsterdam. Do you need dildos? Technically a kid, yeah. I mean, literally the place, like, long sleeve shirt on. Yeah, I was gonna pull up my sleeve. The shop I got this tattoo at is literally right next to two dildo shops. I could literally show you the street view on public view in Google, and just like, here's the tattoo parlor, here's the, actually it's an actual coffee, they might sell. The coffee shop is above that, and next door, well, one's a lingerie shop, the other one is toys. So yeah, it's a hanky panky tattoo studio. Hanky panky tattooing in Amsterdam. But yeah, your friend's disrespectful to you and you don't like it. Okay, well, take care of it on your end. I mean, there's literally hundreds and thousands of miles in between us, I would think. It is what it is. Yeah. It's what my head coach says a lot. It is what it is. And while I do understand that one, it is what it is. There's also a little bit of a, oh, Amaris, you drink IPA. Ooh. What do you expect for a kicker? But yeah, it is what it is a way to search it up. It's a meme. I don't know. I'll do it on the phone. I'm going to prove to you that I'm doing it. Let's put it is what? Damn. German Dutch keyboard kicking in. Meme.
It's what it's.
Oh.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Islanders are a funny bunch. Yeah. But yeah, my head coach says it a lot. And like I said, it's a bit weird. Just send your email back to Aaron. Thanks for the feedback, man. Yeah. I was gonna inform you that he had sent you your email or sent you a response to that one after reading it. And so, yeah, I was gonna say that happened, but you'd already read it. And, yeah. Anyways. Burgers and bowl. Oh, shut up. Should we keep the burgers in bowl or should we just like utilize their menu just fine?
I mean, there's no real benefit to holding on to the menu itself. Right?
The pictures that make it look tasty. But that's part of the thing is like Taos Resort doesn't have pictures often. So I'm like, meh. It's hard for me to figure out if it even looks good because I'm like, okay, this burger, okay, this burger, okay, this burger. Will you post some weed to Dublin for me? I'll send you the money. Doesn't that violate international laws? COVID vax at 5:30 tonight. I am glad people are getting vaccinated.
Yes.
I don't actually know. I mean, you're still in the EU. I think you could probably come here and visit and take some home with you. I found a couple shops that says, hey, they're not open, right? I mean, to be fair, that shop that I see is okay for international travel. You know, they have they have snacks. It's right next to my therapy. It's supposed to be Johnson & Johnson. And that fizzled up, so now it's Moderna. Cool. Sounds like you might. I always worry about the people not getting a Johnson & Johnson vaccine because it might lead to tears. I broke him.
Other companies make the same kind of shampoo.
Yes, but everybody knows Johnson & Johnson, no more tears shampoo. Like, that's literally the branding they do. See, Matt?
And, I mean, I tried pouring Johnson & Johnson No More Tears shampoo in my eyes, and it still caused tears. I think it's false marketing.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to wait a month or so to get it because the vaccine won't work before that. I don't know dumb damn shit about no damn vaccine. They apparently don't vaccinate here in the Netherlands. They just increase the number and tell everyone you'll get it eventually, or something like that. I don't know. They're getting at the 500 Speedway of all places. Going to drive a quarter of the way around the track, I think. Rest is barricaded. Leave it up to the United States to have high-speed drive-by shootings. I'll see myself out. I need water.
Blood sugar code. Doctor is speechless. This fruit cuts blood sugar by... No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I literally saw a YouTube ad that was in the subscription boxes thing. So it was like a video I could have watched. And I was like, are you kidding me? What is your ideal diet plan based on your blood type? Food. Food. If you have an ideal diet plan based on whether you're AB negative or O positive, fuck off. Eat food. Go hijack a potato and have fun. You only say that, Quanell, because You don't know that I can't get girls. I probably could if I tried. I could probably also get guys, but I don't try because I got one. I don't post thirst traps on Twitter. Wait. Once. But it was to one person. He's very Irish.
Does that make it better?
You know who it is. Ups and downs?
Ah, still not sure if that makes it better, but
Yes, I am a football player. After a certain point, Quanell, everybody is. Time does not do things great to the human body. If it does, you are plastic. And you have the last name of Kardashian. It is an international call. The rates on international calling are insane. You will literally have to dial a country code to get to my phone. Yeah, that Irishman.
yeah, I knew who you meant.
That one. But yeah, if you, this is some life advice. In terms of time, time is not graceful to people. So if you are going for now for someone who looks good, realize that it will not last. It just won't. Bye, Asimo. Hope to see you next Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Oh, why is it? I'm not even drunk. Axel, my God. Fucking Swedish himbo.
Is that better or worse than a Swedish meatball?
You can. Like I said, this time, Saturdays, if when I go back to practice, it may start earlier, it may not go nearly as late. There's a Canadian actor called Paul Gross, who I think is 60, and he looks amazing for his age. Yes. Okay. Okay. He is April 30th, 1959.
The way you said that.
Middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense. The way I said that about what?
About the year reminded me of Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj. Mickey Minaj. Yeah.
I can't do doing it right wrong. Or doing it wrong right.
Running back and cornerback.
He's running.
So you're, I think Willie was called a scat back, something like that. He was not like your typical chunky running back. He was actually very, very, very squirrely and very fast. If he did outside runs and got to the outside and the actual wide receivers wanted to actually, touch somebody and block for half a second, then he would get like all the touchdowns. But and he was small and skinny, he can get through the tiny little holes if the linemen, were like, huh? He's like, you're such a shitty lineman. Because if you also play corner, you got to be a skinny running back. I'll tell you this, fat corners don't work. Brooklyn Titans. Tetons. All right, we're going to go with Tetons. Brooklyn Tetons. Football. Brooklyn Tetons, youth football and cheer. Youth organization. Brooklyn. There's the website. That 300 touchdowns in your career as a running back in youth football. What are you playing, Belgium? Not skinny, I'm short and bulky. Huh. You're not playing Belgium. I guarantee you the Brussels Tigers would mop you up. Playing since 300 touchdowns. Do you have that? What is that? I'm trying to remember the thing of do you have receipts for that? Or is it just taking your word off of it? Because there's a great number of people that claim a great number of things. And I'm just like, you got to bring receipts here. In adult language, we call that the burden of proof. You have made a claim. Now you must back it up when scrutiny is applied. The Brussels Tigers. You will smoke the Brussels Tigers youth team. Do you even know what language they speak? You're going to lose it over there, aren't you?
I'm trying very hard not to.
Zachary, this is so amusing. Aaron likes it when I get into this part of a conversation. But yeah, what language do they speak? They're literally going to be making field calls, and you're like, what are you going to do? What is that? They could literally probably speak 2 different languages on the field, and you still wouldn't have any idea what's going on. And yet they are actually trilingual people. They speak French, Dutch, and English. Some of them probably speak a little bit of German, but that's
to be expected.
That's a little rare, though. Probably speak a little bit of. Yeah, I have a friend named Thomas Pearsall, and he's their one of their wide receivers. He was on their youth team, but he finally, had birthdays.
Happens to the best of us.
Yep. See, he used to play on their youth team also. But then he grew up and is now on his he plays for the Belgian Barbarians national team. Why are they Barbarians? I don't know.
They're not from Rome. All it takes.
I know. Bar. Oh, kitty got claws. It's easy to have claws online.
True that.
I don't know if it's a Nikita. What are you doing? You losing weight yet? Ooh, yeah. So Zachary, did he give you good? I mean, you discuss. Like Aaron's doing Dyson Sphere program, and you guys can go back and forth on emails and stuff, but he did not read it out loud. In fact, I quasi-reference it in literally the video I recorded today, that when I looked at it, I was like, oh no. Like, when you said it was a script, I was like, oh, okay, so it's a script. And that I didn't realize, but ever since like musical theater and stuff in high school, having everything like center aligned in that weird script format, I'm just like, oh no, I can't. No. That's Theo speak.
So, Dish.
Checking out the Pokemon, checking on the raids. I think it's already too late for raids. It's like the dumbest stuff though. Like, because of the time change, like our raids can start popping up at like 6 in the morning, but then stop by 7:30. I'm like, there's so much more time. There's so much more light that you could have in the Pokemon raids, but no. You don't know the awful shit I'm willing to do, actually direct that as a movie. I know a lot of writers want to direct their movies, but from the few writers that I've actually listened to that have gotten their stories put into movies, it's better to be not necessarily the director, but like the creative consult on the thing, because the directing is good, but they are not. A director is much like the quarterback. They are vaunted by society as an amazing, as the person on the team, but they're not. The director is a piece of the puzzle. So there's there's the director, but if you actually look through credits sometimes there are ADs, assistant directors, and sometimes they're just coffee fetchers for the director. But to be the creative consult for such stuff is better because you kind of have design say as to how things go. Whereas the director, you have to worry about all the absolute intricacies, and it will drive you crazy with your own story to direct it. You need someone offhand, third party. So yeah, that's my opinion. But yeah, Aaron was reading to me some of the one thing that tickled me was the find replace.
Yeah.
The thing is we had a discussion about what were you doing at work for that? Just a giant piece of code or something?
Probably.
It was doing something for like processing report, and I looked at his search field, and I was like, really? Why is that? He goes, because if I don't put those two spaces in, it will find such and such and such and such and such and such. I'm like, oh. So it's like the opposite of putting an asterisk at the end of something. He's like, yeah. And then here comes your little thing, and Aaron's like, uh-oh. He did a find and replace on the exact characters.
Yeah.
And it broke words.
To be super fair, I have made that same mistake. And also, it was pretty funny. When I did it and when you did it.
Yes, but directors aren't creative. In terms of various things, directors are very technical. They're technically technische creative. They're creative technically. I don't want to say technically as in that like by the book they're creative. They deal with much more technical things than one would think. You want creative consult. It sounds stupid. It sounds weak. It sounds bad. Like you're not the name, because that's the thing. America, and thus by everything that it has dealt with Hollywood for the last 50 years, has exalted the director. And so we have this culture of self-feeding that people want to be the director on the thing, because the director becomes the name on the thing. And it's not. Like the thing, like the quarterback is the face of the team, because there's only 1 to 3 of them on a team. There's also 1 to 3 of them of kickers. There's probably 2 punters. Why aren't they even more special? I mean, a punter is a very crucial role if the quarterback done fucked up. The kicker is absolutely necessary for PATs and field goals and special teams. The place kickers, at least. So why aren't they exalted more? Because they haven't been turned into the face of the team. They aren't necessarily that critical. They have 1 extra role as a receiver. So that's the thing. And that I don't doubt that you like to deal with the technical stuff. My pure critique here is the marriage of your work with your technical workings on it. Go ahead and direct something. fine. Go ahead and be the creative consult on your baby project. But to do them both, like J. Michael Straczynski created and wrote half the Babylon 5 episodes. I don't think he directed any episode. I don't think J. Michael Straczynski has directed anything. He was a director of one episode of Babylon 5 and a writer of 92 episodes. So he was the executive producer for it also. He was also a producer on Murder, She Wrote, and Walker, Texas Ranger, but also executive producer on Sense8, and has written a lot of comics. But if you watch Babylon 5, you should. I'm not really into sci-fi. Yes, you are. For that show, you are. You will be.
Yeah.
But that's the generalized thing. He made multiple series that are absolutely amazing. But Babylon 5 to me is a crowning achievement of his work, despite the fact that he has tons of work in the comic book industry. Like a lot. Where is it? Yeah, he has like Amazing Spider-Man Volume 2, number 30 through 58, Volume 1, number 500 through 545. Thor Volume 3, number 1 through 12, Volumes 1, number 600 through 603. So, like, he has great things in the comic book thing, but for Babylon 5, he was mainly a writer and a producer. And it's still absolutely phenomenal and great. Because directors are good at directing because they do directing and they are not fully invested in the project. They are for the project, but like you talk to Steven Spielberg and like he has technical critiques over like Star Wars. Did he direct Star Wars? I don't know. But he, like E.T., he probably remembers fondly a few things from E.T., but he came in to do a director job. Directing is more inspired by the small indie filmmakers. Yes, I went overboard on that one. I've befriended through YouTube. Okay, so not super interested in making it to Hollywood or big time stuff. So that's a little different when you're dealing with like a small crew of things. When you're dealing with 5 people, you're almost just collabing. Nobody's really a director, and maybe you wrote the stuff and someone else quasi directs it, but you know, I'm not saying don't pursue this, but getting a person who knows they're directing how to direct might be useful on your creative project. Learn to direct through someone else's creative project because then you are detached from the emotions of the project and you can learn the skills necessary. But directing with the investment of the project from a long time ago can lead to biases that may be unintended. M&M Gaming is back. I mean, technically, I write and direct all my stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't hire a director. The only time I'm not writer, director, filmographer, cameraman, producer is when Aaron is filming a football game, and then I'm an actor. I don't do camera work. I rely on him for that one, but I'm still the video editor, the sound designer, the director. Of course, in that with camera work, Aaron's quasi the director because he has control over the camera and where it looks. So if I wanted to put credits together on a football vlog, I could put him as co-director because there are usually vlogs. There's a vlog before and afterwards. So it gets funky when you start pairing, getting number of people down. Everyone just sort of like soups together, and it's just a collab. My friend Dan lives in Chicago. My condolences. And wants to do 12 feature films in 12 months, and I hope I can help him. Haha. Well, yes, it's top level. They're the best in the Netherlands. Hilversum Hurricanes. I'm going to put that in the chat so you can Google it yourself. Fingers got ahead of me. 8 o'clock, time for booze. It is very ambitious. Gonna go get my booze. Hopefully, Matt Peterberg will make it here so I can tell him how to make a ginger shot. Okay. Hilversum Hurricanes is an American sports club. They have baseball, softball, and American football, all in one club. This is why we are not doing we're not having too much difficulty in these trying times of not having much sports, because when you're allowed to be 6 feet apart, you can play baseball pretty well. You could at least train baseball pretty well by just throwing it back and forth. So we have been able to supply with club contributions through baseball pretty effectively, and with football. But so yeah, that's a bottle opener. So yeah, they don't call it baseball here; they call it honkbal, because the word for base in Dutch is honk. I was like, so what do geese do? Honk. You can see my problem. Yeah. Yes. Scheepsrechts. Scheepsrechts. The kid at Yumbo pronounced it, and I was trying to remember it and hear it back in my head and echolalia it over and over and over, but I lost it. Because if there's too much light that gets into it, it can break down some of the chemicals inside and cause it to go bad faster. I think. Is that pretty much why it's in a browner bottle? I think so. Yeah. Like, I think that's why. It's kind of sort of similar to why wine is in darker bottles. Although white wine itself can be put in white or clear bottles, because then you can actually tell that it's white wine. But it has something to do with the organics of beer. Why is beer sold in brown bottles?
According to the tap on ponds. As most of us now know, UV rays permeate beer and give it that skunky taste. In the brewing industry, they refer to this as light struck. To solve this problem, beer producers began using brown beer bottles to shield their beer from the sun's rays, similar to you and I popping on sunglasses in a sunny day.
Does that help? Because I figured it had something to do with like spoiling fast. When it comes down to it, I'm literally going to ask Google, because at this point, Google will literally just read it back to me. I don't have to read anymore. It's almost time for dinner, so don't drink too much. We already had dinner-ish. We had Subway. We actually hadn't had Subway since October, so. I was gonna have maybe Aaron fry up some FUD, the snackies. He can have some frikandels, and I can have some bitka happies. Oh boy. Let's talk about where his parents were. I don't think they do. We had 2 of them in Beaverton. No, we had 1 in Beaverton and like 3 Quiznos. I didn't like Jersey Mike's or Quiznos because they pretty much put the meat and cheese on and automatically send it through that toaster and then put the veggies on after that. And I'm like, I don't want a warm sandwich. I would go to Subway and get like their veggie delight from time to time, and I'm just like, can I just get veggie sandwich with a lot of cheese, please? And just squirt some sriracha on it. You know, I don't want it toasted all the time everywhere. Yeah, it is like, it's the same thing with like Quiznos. It's not great. Yeah, that's where I saw it. It was right there on Nimbus Way near the Shoals Business Center. I think Willie and I stopped by there once after training once to get some like good food because neither of us had eaten. Oh no, he needed to get some food before going to work because we'd worked out and he had the afternoon shift with the kiddies and stuff. So we did like gym stuff at like 10 in the morning, and then we went out to the field at like 1 o'clock and then ate lunch, and then I took him by. Anyways. I've only ever ate Subway for subs. They have a taco beef here. It's like you got the steak and cheese, right?
Yeah.
The steak they use on steak and cheese is not the same meat as the taco beef. If you didn't know that.
I did.
Okay. So like their steak is like a little bit more crumbly and has like larger chunks. But the beef is super crumbly and it has clouding in it. So, and then they put that down, and then they take actual tortilla chips and they put tortilla chips, and then they lay your cheese on top of that, and then they toast it. He is a data analyst. Do you work with big data?
Yes.
He works with big data. There is a lot we cannot necessarily describe because when one is dealing with big data, you are dealing with multinational companies. And there are weird places that NDAs pop up. So we're going to keep data analyst for big data. Here's a good thing. If a company puts out a chart that says what it has done over the past month in terms of sales and revenue and all that stuff, he's most likely he is someone who's been on the process of making that graph. He is not the presenter of said graph. But
Usually, if I'm lucky.
Yeah. If you're doing business to business stuff, sometimes it is. But if it's like you're getting a graph together for like marketing people to put out to like, because on your last contract thing, you were just making the data and you weren't really presenting it. But people like our backup quarterback was the one who literally had the job to go out to conventions and present said data.
Yeah.
We're married. That humming was me. By now, Aaron knows exactly what that humming was. It wasn't me thinking how to answer it. It was fast forwarding through a long conversation and eventually ending up in, we're married. I get a lot of folks commenting on the YouTube channel like, oh, what position does your teammate play? Which one? Willie? Willie, he's a wide receiver. Sophion's a strong safety. And they're like, no, the one that sits on the computer in the background of videos. My husband? He doesn't play football. He films it. That's how I get all the football footages from the games, because he's standing on the sideline filming it. So like roommates plus. Yeah, that works. God damn it, Yan. Oh my God. I got to say, there is a very healthy amount of Dutch guys that in the United States of America qualify as super metro. How? We met outside a bar through a mutual friend. Nope. No. Zachary, that is a very confident no. Even if it was just the Freaky Friday mind swap, Aaron does not have the mental discipline to do any of the physical stuff that I do. And I do not have the mental qualifications to do his work, despite the fact that I could probably use my brain power to manipulate his body to do things faster. I don't know if I could keep up with doing all the various things around work. No, he doesn't play middle linebacker. Aaron plays video sideline. Then you can imagine all you want. I don't know how to entertain that anymore because it literally wouldn't work. Aaron plays video games, but in terms of football, you're the video sideline guy.
Yeah.
In fact, in Aberdeen, you got initiated as being the video sideline guy for focusing too much on the camera, and you got plowed into by a receiver.
My poor knee.
Poor knee. No, if we did the mind swap, Aaron would not do the middle linebacker because Aaron would actively avoid doing everything in football. Like, he'd know that if he was in my body, he would be required to do this stuff and act like me. But his brain would not allow him to get onto that field very well, even to play a part.
Okay, what's the rest of that part? Like, what's the video behind it?
Let me back up and it's this. But he does. Ah! Yeah. What's the most typical injury you'll get playing football? Is that you, General, or you, Theo? Like,
Because we've been married so long that we had the same question. Like, I wanted to ask that exact same thing. Would he beat me to the punch?
because you in English has two meanings. It can mean you, plural. We usually say y'all in some cases. But then there's you, Theo, a very singular. And in Dutch, it's jij versus jullie. Jullie is the plural. So in terms of, well, I guess I'll answer both. I'll go with the singular at first. What is the most typical injury I will get playing football?
Broken finger?
I was actually going to say currently, if I were to go back to practice in the next couple weeks, it would most likely be sprained lower backs. Not like a really bad, but that sort of like, ow, and like I need to like sit on I need to like lean over a lacrosse ball and just like roll my lower back around on it and flop around like some seizure fish. Because yeah. Another thing that would probably would be somewhere around my knees. Yeah. What's funny is if the image is bad, do you want to hear the sounds that would come out of that? Aside from a body scraping along the ground. That's morbid. It would be it might be so loud that people upstairs that like to play harps on their balcony rails would think that we are having torturous amounts of physical activity down here, which we are, but it was just me. In terms of a typical injury, you plural will get fingers, broken fingers. That's actually something Rohier said. He says, "Oh, you've played football for a while. Show me your hands." Anybody who's played football for any length of time has a crooked finger somewhere. Because like you can see that all these fingers have the nice little like puff on the top and whatnot, and they relatively do that. They're relatively okay. But this hand, this finger bends backwards in terms of the rest of them. So to show you, because I had a splint on my middle finger on my left hand for so long. So that, and those two knuckles stick up. I actually can, yeah. See, it's hard to, you can see it in real life that the rest of my fingers don't bend backwards, but that one does. It's also a little lumpy on the side over here. It's also kind of, yeah, if I kind of bend it back, if I'm not like pressing it out, but if I bend it back, you can see this like lump over here on that side. It was not very broken, but okay, no, that one was very broken. That was the one that had a radial break in it. Radial torque break, whatever. It broke slanted because my finger twisted. Just a bowl full of oddities, aren't you? Reminds me of those girls on Tumblrs that keep continuously finding very weird oddities about their bodies that are just like, I'm special. Why? Because you figured out you can remove one of your false teeth? It's so cool. Fun. I'm a freak. Shut up. No, just stop. And a broken leg in 3rd grade. That's a thing. But at that age, you're like 8. So it's like, what? It just needs to be set correctly, and your bone's going to pretty much, you're going to hit puberty and everything's going to get fixed. I broke mine when I was 35. Yeah, they do. Meh. Only in soccer.
Is that in response to me?
No, Zachary. Sorry, I'm checking for the scooter gang. It's a little late for them, but they still might be out there. Well, I could just see kids bounce. Kids bounce? Yeah, they bounce. I've seen them take the worst tumbles and just like keep rolling and somehow still have their scooter in hand. And then just stand right back up and continue skating. Four weeks away from a new body. Meal plan according to your blood type. Food. Do you have blood? Yes. Eat food. I'm not interested. I didn't even watch one of these videos. Maybe because of that whole thing with like, like you scroll through your thing and it will randomly play a video, so it goes into your history. And it's like, hey, you watched one of these. I'm like, no, I literally scrolled to something, looked at my screen, dicked around, and then came down. I'm like, that's a stupid video, and scrolled past it. But now it's like, hey, you watch that. You want to watch more of people doing really, really poor CGI work with this random starship from Star Trek and overlaying it on the Voyager intro theme or something like that. And they're getting like more and more crazy Trekkie fan fucktwats because they're like the original concept of the Enterprise C on the TNG intro. And I'm like, oh my God, stop, guys. Stop being hipsters. Stop being overly pedantic.
Yes.
Now, I just wish as I aged, I didn't become miserable old curmudgeon at the ripe old age of 24. You'll break out of it. You'll get over it. If you think you're an old curmudgeon at 24, you're gonna you don't know what it's. You're gonna become even worse later, and you're like, oh yeah, no, I was pretty tame at 24. Oh my God, the Vienna Vikings youth football team now have a handcrafted Mjolnir to carry out onto the field.
From Marvel or
I don't know.
yep.
Now that I think about that, it's not even the youth team. He just looks really, really small and skinny for himself. This is the adult team. Austrians are midgets. I just hope I'll be one of those old people that goes bungee jumping at 80. You're going to have a complete neural collapse and rebound in order to do that. That's most of what those old people have done. They've gone down into a terrifying hole and snapped. Aaron's parents are not anywhere close to that, and they are not going to be those kind of people.
No.
But I'm serious. Like, you have to whole ass snap and realize that. Also, you have to maintain a healthy body of sorts. You can even maintain a moderately healthy body, but yeah, it's awkward. You know, and you can hope for it, like it's gonna, you know, like most other Americans await for hoping for things, just like, oh, I will just stand here and wait to be gifted greatness. I just hope that I will receive this gift at some point. Work for it. Work for it. One of the few things I've learned from inline skating. Have you heard of, no. No. Because that is such a weird first name. I think, yeah. I would have remembered that. You did it. You achieved both your goals today.
Hooray!
Of course I did the heart minutes. Of course I did that. That was 2.3 kilometers this morning. Considering I didn't leave the skate park pretty much, that's amazing. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, 2.3 kilometers is almost like around the island. What was that? That month 10. Oh, I need March. March 2. Lunch bike ride. Oh, you didn't map that. Afternoon bike ride. You didn't map that. She's the world's oldest professionally recognized bodybuilder, and I kind of envy her. Okay. Why do you envy her? Beer makes me philosophical. I'm normal, just like everyone else.
Yes, we're all individuals.
But like, why do you envy her? It's because she's done something amazing. Like something is like old and Oh, I was like, hey, that's a day I did a lot of stuff. No, that's when I went out to the wind turbines. She's 80 something and freaking ripped. It's nuts. Okay. That's the object of envy. What is the motive of envy? It's because you want that? I mean, that's kind of the no duh answer. It's also, yeah. I mean, if you want to achieve that. Okay, so that bike ride I did that was basically around the Burt was 3.3 kilometers. So if I cut that a little short and stuck with certain areas, I could cut that down to about 2 kilometers. Because that's a really big circle. It goes all the way out to like the little hairpin turn path thing and up the side near by Storm. I just want to be in shape, and I think it's awesome she achieved that at her age. Okay. What are you doing to get in shape? Not enough. Oh. Let's get analytical on that one. What are you doing? Maybe it is enough. Maybe you think you're not doing enough because you haven't achieved things overnight. What I was laughing at is something very grim, very dark. List of the mass shootings in the United States in the last month, and someone saying, if your country looks like this, you don't need to worry about the J&J blood clots. I mean, if you're saying that you don't do enough because you're not doing anything, I'll agree to that one. Mm-hmm.
Teachers emailed us saying you're not doing your homework. What do you think they do? Yeah, my brain wants to draw instead. Holy shit, I didn't make you draw. When did you learn?
Tennis elbow 2 days after lifting a single small weight, one arm at a time. Define small. You're not giving me enough information. Like, I almost gave it to you in kilograms. I mean, you should be able to lift 5 pounds. You got tennis elbow? I need to figure out what exactly that is. Also known as lateral encephalopathy, is the condition in which the outer part of the elbow becomes pain and tender. Pain may also extend to the back of the forearm. Grip strength may be weak. Onset symptoms are generally gradual. Tennis elbow tenderness, radial tunnel tenderness. Oh, it's just carpal tunnel-ish. It's this part right here. Shows a part. That yeah, that's gripping. Because you're pulling your hands. This is part of your. Am I even squared up on the screen? So this, you put your fingers here and you squeeze, you can feel the pump. And then, but like when it's being pulled at, this thing tenses up. Finally, there you are. Oh my God, I have been waiting for this. All right, so you saw the comment. I don't know the things. However, this is fresh juice, barely juice. This is a ginger drink. I'd say it's a ginger shot, but it's 250 milliliters. The reason why I saved this, I drank this 4 hours, 3 hours. I drank this after we got home, and that was at like 5, whatever. I drank this hours ago, Matt. And I was like, okay, this has the actual percentages to give you an idea on how to make a ginger shot. It's clear, white and clear. You want to read that? No, thank you. I'm going to read it this way. It is 81% apple, 10% lemon, and 9% ginger. And then there's the added antioxidant, but yeah. So there's your ratio of 8 to 1 to 1. You can do that in grams, in a juicer, all you want. So 800 gram apple, 100 gram lemon, 100 gram ginger. Probably gonna fucking kill you because, again, that's more than this. Because the ladies at the bakery, they make the ginger shots they have a juicer and they make multiple out of them. I've seen her make it in the morning because I got there really early one time, and she has like a tray with all the little things in it, and it's like little funnels, and she just squeezes the apple and stuff. Zachary says it's the kind of weight where it's like the dumbbell but bigger. It has metal slabs you can pull on. Okay, that's a lot to take in. As I'm the king of reading into things, I probably shouldn't. I have determined that it's like a dumbbell, but bigger. All right, that's a barbell. And it has metal slabs. We call those plates. And you can pull on and off. That's a barbell. And yes, you can put very low weights. The problem is the barbell can either weigh 25 or 45 pounds. And if you're doing that with one hand, I mean, if it's maybe one of those little crinkle bars, that's still one of those things. It's still close to 25 pounds. There's one that sticks on the side and has like, because you're supposed to be able to, rather than hold the bar straight like this, you're holding the bar like that. Or rather than like this, you can hold it like that. It's a little bit easier on your arm. It also has a straight part. You can, do the bicep curl with a single arm if you want. It's usually best used on the prayer rack. The fact that you're calling them slabs and sheets tells me that you are probably not doing enough to get in shape because you don't know what they're called. Not saying you need to be like perfectly in, you need to be like the gym bro of all gym bros, but you should know that they're called plates and it's a barbell. And you have one sheet on each side. Yeah, what is it? 1 pound, 2 pounds, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 25 pounds, 23.5 pounds, 30 pounds, 35 pounds, 45 pounds. There's a lot of different ways. Here, I just have to deal with, is it 1 kilo, 1 kilo, 2 kilos, 5 kilos, 10 kilos, and 20 kilos. That's really all I'm dealing with. 1, 2, 5, 10, and 20. It's and it's easy. It's easy to do math because I got 20 on one side, 20 on the other. And the bar weighs 20, so I'm doing 60. Not like, oh, well, I'm putting a 45 on one side, a 45 on the other because you need to balance the weight, and the bar itself weighs 45, so that's 45, 90, 135. Yeah. Do you have any other social medias you could send me a picture of on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook Messenger? Anything? I'm very touched that all you deal with is on YouTube, if that's true, but in fact, you're the kind of person that I would probably give my WhatsApp number to so you could send me pictures and stuff on that. But it's one of those things I do not. Facebook. Okay, well, I do not have Facebook on my app, on my phone. I rested the app. But if you send it on Messenger, I should be able to get through it. Oh my God. Oh yeah, it's Kathy. My husband went to the store and asked me if I wanted anything. I told him I wanted a drumstick. Oh, I told him if I wanted anything. I wanted a drumstick, like the ice cream cone, but it came out dumb strip. Got my ice cream though. Yeah, I mean, if you use WhatsApp, you're one of those United States bound folks. So why use such a foreign device, foreign program for such weird devices? We just have Facebook. See if you're going to add me on there. I mean, I have to do it on my computer. Like I said, I don't have Facebook on my phone. Maybe I can. You said IG, so I'm thinking Instagram here. Let's see about that. That's Zachary Blair. Zachary. Oh, there's your Instagram. That is a dog. That is a very white terrier. Is that a terrier? I think that's a terrier. There, sent me a photo. Okay, no, that is a dumbbell. That's a modifiable. It's one of those things. The ones that you typically see are the ones that like they slide in and you could on the side to select what weight you want, and you pull it up and he just randomly pulls the combination you need because combination locks are cool. But that's definitely like Aaron.
Oh yeah.
But what weight is that? 2 pounds plus the like 1 pound that it actually is.
Might be 5. No, that's the innermost, so it's the most.
Oh, right.
So
That would be.
I think they go up to 45, and that looks like it has 8 plates or 7, maybe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got Cormax too. But yeah, no. Yeah, it's definitely got the inside plate on it. Like, you could, like, that's. I'm going to be like stupidly autistically honest here. This is literally nothing for weight. I'm looking at this. I can't, like, my brain's like, I can't even go down that far. That's why I don't think it's the max, because they utilize multiple weights to get up to a certain point, and it wouldn't do a 45. It would just grab, like, it would be the highest denomination that they could do, and a 45 wouldn't necessarily be.
Yeah, I don't mean the size of the plate maxes out at 45. I meant the dumbbell maxes out at 45.
Oh.
And it looks like they're usually actually like the ones that I was thinking of are 48 kilos.
Yeah, 48 kilos. Kilos. That's 100 pounds. I can't even do that. Like the max. I can 25.
Can you see the picture again?
It says Cormax, if that helps.
Cormax is a different thing, I believe.
Is that what that thing that lady's sitting on your profile? In the room that looks like it's been trashed with paint. There's a vacuum, Marilyn Monroe picture, boxes. Also, thanks for the thought. I'm also like a big photography nerd. That's an exercise bike, and that's my mom. Oh, okay.
Okay, so it looks like the inner one might be 5 pounds.
Okay. Because like it looked thin, and I've seen numerous of those, and I know that, you know, in order to get higher weights, they kind of add on to the outside. But as long as you got the contents of a ginger shot, 8 apple, 1 lemon, the ratio 8-1-1. 8 apple, 1 lemon, 1 ginger, and you can put that in grams and make everything. That's, you said you wanted to see if you could make one. At least this is the fresh juice I get from Albertheim. If I let it sit long enough, this whole bottom part is covered with chunks. Oh my God, Zachary, I keep forgetting, like, people have yards. Also, I gotta say, you should probably put descriptions on pictures, like something. The one that's like, it looks like a cemetery. I've already scrolled like massively past a lot of things, but like you have your own, yeah. And there's a cemetery out back. Or you have people creating a really, really neurotic Stonehenge.
What? Yeah, that's a cemetery.
I know it's a cemetery. It's from September 13th, when it looks like you uploaded oh, not everything. There's August 14th. But yeah, you don't have any descriptions or hashtags or anything on here. That's a boneyard. It's on the side of an old church that got turned into an art gallery. And then I see that ever-present, unused metal wiggle.
Oh,
You don't see those here. People actually like to secure their bikes.
and there are so many bikes.
Nothing. We're giving you positive condolences towards a bike rack, but nobody actually fucking uses it. It's a metal squiggly. Like those things are like everywhere in the United States. And like, if you see a bike parked to it, you're like, somebody came here and died. And like you even said before, you wouldn't bike in your city. Everything's too far apart. But that's the thing, is like I said, you don't see those here.
Like on both sides of that, you don't see them empty, and you don't see that style.
Yeah, like the closest I've seen to those is like what's outside Albertheim, and but they're still like, it's up, over, and down, like you can put your bike up against it, but it's still braced across the middle.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like a small gate. You know, why are all the canal boats just waiting? Maybe they're just moored for the night.
Could be.
Be a nice day. They probably just gonna enjoy the night, calm waters. Oh yeah, it is 8:56, and there is still at least 50 kids out on that skate park, not looking like any time gonna be going away. I mean, it's still light out. Even this camera is noticing it's light out. If we turned off the lights in here, this camera would freak out for a second, but you'd see stuff out there such clear as that. Actually, I'm gonna do that momentarily. You guys are gonna see out there.
Spots. It's gonna be dark.
But yeah, that's it's still pretty bright out. Considering that's also in the direction of the setting sun. Yeah, I know. I keep track of tabs on the time on the United States because I know how the clock works, because this is the East Coast. This is the West Coast. Because it's 9 p.m. here, it's noon in Portland. The general idea that I have is add 3, flip the clock. Too big? I thought we've been over this one before. Yes. Yes. Too big. It's The issue that many countries have that reach a certain size but need to govern transcontinentally leads to a certain type of government. You can look at this one in Russia. You can look at this in China. No limit JT. Live long and prosper? Yeah. Okay. Going back to an early part, because I broke my fingers, I can do that with both hands now. I used to only be able to do it on my right hand. And then I broke both these fingers that were in splits, and now I can hold them straight. Straightest thing on me. Also, too many people. No, not so much. It's not too many people. It has a wide variety of people. It has, like, in terms of the actual number of people, not too many people. I mean, India is physically smaller and has more people. They're doing fine. Government's horribly corrupt, but I haven't heard of any coup attempts happening in India.
Oh, shots fired.
But
And yes, that pun was intentional.
you know,
These things.
yes,
To show the camera.
we have these occasionally in older areas. They're very transitory, and they're usually set up side by side. But in front of Albertheim, there's 3 of those that are actually parallel to each other. And if you guys have seen some of my bike vlog things, when I go to Albertheim, they're there, and I park my bike next to them. And that's why I lock my bike up too. But typically we have Bike Rack Amsterdam. Oh no, 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 yes, no.
These.
No.
These are futuristic and cool looking. They're called tulips. Because Netherlands.
Yeah. This Bike Rack, Netherlands. No, not Sloterdijk. Not Sloterdijk. No, 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 no. I'm talking about the multi-level, like the old ones where your tire sits in it.
Oh, these.
They have like a little crescent on them.
Yeah.
Those look like exercise machines. Well, but like most, like there's, anyways. Let's go back to this whole too many people. The problem is, like, the issue is not so much that there is too many people. The number of people is not a problem. It's the fact that you have multiple different cultures of Americans being governed by one force. If the United States broke up geographically and, say, gave the lakes area, added in probably a bit of Montana, all the plains going down the middle, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, maybe even Arizona. No, we'll leave Arizona out of that one. And grabbed in like Texas you could probably have a good country out of that. And then you could have most of the South going from like Kentucky down, including Florida. You would have the West, not the Pacific Northwest. This would include California, Nevada, Idaho, and Arizona, Oregon, and Washington. Because you would have a generalized balance of two opposing political parties. Yes, those.
Okay.
So with these, your bike tire sits in them and you can lock it up through that. I usually just lock my bike to itself. But yeah, you could, and I mean, and then you'd probably just want to like maybe leave Alaska and Hawaii to their own devices because they're so far out there anyways. But you could probably, and then you would just leave like the rest of the Northeast. You could probably take in most of the northeastern seaboard. You could go from like Virginia all the way up to Maine, probably, and be just totally fine with like a different country. And there would be enough disparate people within there to help govern themselves for what their culture finds ideally. But currently we're dealing with like, even if you split the country down the Rockies, you have drastically different things. No, it wouldn't. Indiana is not a weird outlier. You do not get to be a weird outlier and bland as fuck at the same time. But like, that's why I would include like Nevada, California, or Nevada and California and Arizona, as well as Idaho, into Oregon and Washington. Because with Oregon and Washington, you have the east sides of those states, which would want to more closely identify with like Idaho, but then like Vegas and Reno would probably pick in more with like California, and like, yeah, Arizona is already like 1/4 an Indian reservation anyway, so just let them go about their own business. I mean, weird because it's so bland. I think all the states surrounding us have legalized pot. Hell, Virginia legalized pot before us. What's your beef with Virginia? I mean,
They generally aren't progressive.
I literally know shit all about Virginia other than like maybe its capital. Richmond. Fuck. But that's the thing is like, okay, so it didn't. So you haven't legalized weed. Like, but that's the thing is Virginia's not, to me, it's not really known for anything big. It's just it's like Indiana. It's just there.
Almost a flyover state.
Well, it is if you're going between New York and Miami. That's the thing is like Virginia.
Here's your fucking black pepper with a side of
Black pepper with a side of meat.
yeah.
Yeah, the Flamages are worse about it. But no, like Indiana's not a weird outlier because it's not known for anything. People will say it is giant ball of twine or some
That's Minnesota.
Whatever. Somebody, something. Largest rubber band ball. Largest rubber band ball, USA.
According to Guinness World Records,
Oh, it's
the
in
largest
Lauderhill,
rubber band
Florida.
ball weighs 4,097 kilograms, was made by Joel Wool and was meant.
Whatever. But like, that's the thing is like, the weird outlier is Florida. The weird outlier is Portland. The weird outlier is Minnesota. They're unique. They know, you know those things. Yeah, sure, you betcha. You know Minnesota. You know North Dakota. You know these places. Indiana is there's 10 other states just like it. Oh, don't capitalize on meth. Hazel Hill's got tons of it, literally. Orville Redenbacher. Oh. I literally haven't heard Orville Redenbacher in like decades because it's not a thing to me.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. It's like the high quality premium popcorn, but I haven't seen anything about it since we moved here.
Well, yeah. I haven't really even seen much popcorn since we moved here, but
What the hell?
where's my Appy app?
That one.
Yeah. The scenery is so ugly here. Yeah, no, they have popcorn. They just don't have like pre-pop that I know of. Oh, they apparently have Werther's Original Classic Caramel Popcorn. Oh, yeah, there it is. They sell popcorn seeds. You could pop yourself. But Albert Heijn does not have. Oh, there it is. Okay, it does. Albert Heijn Magnetron popcorn, salted. They're a football team. That's it. Like, they picked up Carson Wentz, who has that weird, like, cute ginger quality to him. And he's probably one of those, like, unsung quarterbacks of the entire NFL. But I don't, like, that's the thing is people expect me to have, like, strong opinions on teams. I only have strong opinions on one team. Fuck Seattle. That's it. I literally don't care much about the rest of the teams. Yay, Panthers. Fuck Seattle. That's it. There is a whole lot of gray area for the rest of the 30. Well, what you been up to? You were kind of late to the chat. Usually you're the first one to pop in. Oh. You're having a very productive day. I mean, you're going to get your... I'll be done live streaming by the time you need to go get shot.
Shots, shots, shots.
High-speed drive-by shootings. Get your vaccines, get your vaccines here. Come one, come all. I'm going to fling your little vaccination passport at you so fast, you'll get a paper cut. Yeah, I started thinking about putting it out on my. I put it out. I put at least a screenshot. I took a picture of the chat and put it out on Instagram stories because I know a lot of people see those. Probably how Diego got in here earlier. But that's the thing is, I was like, live on YouTube. That's it. That's all it said was live on YouTube, which means Diego knows how to get here, which means he knows where my YouTube channel is, and he most likely watches it. And he knows I call him a little tubby tub. He's like, you ready to go against me as a blocker? Perhaps. You wouldn't hit an old man, would you? Got that stupid thing stuck in my head now. Did it to myself.
Well, then you have no one to blame.
Correct.
But you also have nothing to fear.
Hey Google, remind me to go to the gym.
I've added gym to your shopping list.
Okay. Hey Google.
I wonder where we'd all. I wonder what we'd all be doing if of the pandemic didn't happen. Your typos here make your typos on that thing make so much more sense.
Football.
Yeah.
Same shit.
I was thinking that this might be like a game night because it's in that time.
True. It's hitting that 9 o'clock where we would usually be bugging out.
Well, the game would probably, even if the game went to like 10,
Yeah.
it'd be fine. You said it was a murder mystery. It took place a lot in Seattle, and I was like, ugh, Seattle. But no, he didn't tell me much about it because I didn't. He was still writing up the email when I started the live stream, so he hasn't really told me anything about it, but I'm not sure if there's anything to tell about it. Other than the fact that characters changed in the middle, but they weren't intended to.
I didn't see that happen. I was told it might.
Oh. But like, there are things I don't know how to react to. Like, oh, it's a murder mystery. I don't like murder mysteries. I mean, I don't hate them. I don't get them. They seem like overly drawn out and way focused on things that aren't the murder mystery, like character development. You want to be a murder mystery, you want a character development story. Man. If you want murder mystery, I'm going to watch Law and Order. Well, if you're any, what did you read anything that was like Law and Order?
No.
Okay.
But Law and Order is a police procedural, not a murder mystery.
Okay. Maybe I've never actually really seen a murder mystery. Murder, She Wrote?
Probably.
I don't know. Never saw Murder, She Wrote. Unnecessary tension in stories bothers the shit out of me.
This story would have bothered the shit out of you.
It's sort of like you're building up and you're twisting everything, and it's just like, can you? TV shows do this sometimes. They're just like, and then it gets too high, and I'm just like, the writer didn't know how to stop. They are like, you have to finish this by this point, and they're like, but I have so much more to do, and they kept adding on, and they kept pushing the beginning back. So suddenly, and then finally, you're just so aggravated that everything's been drawn out. And you get like, boo, this is the thing. And you're like, fuck, finally. Like, I do kind of understand. The burn in Star Trek Discovery could have been quicker with the information that it was. But they didn't do, it was a slow burn. I was inspired by stuff like True Detective and The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Never seen either of those. In fact, until you told me about that, I didn't know it was a murder mystery. I thought it was about a girl with a dragon tattoo. Because that's the fucking title. Because it is, but also. No. Put it in the title. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
I think I read like the first 100 pages of Girl with the Dragon Tattoo and just didn't get hooked.
Yeah, there's numerous things I've tried. That's why I usually give a series like 4 episodes if I'm not already invested in like the universe. Like Falcon and the Winter Soldier is currently a slow burn and is doing a lot more world building. And that's fine. And I would have given it, I'm still going to give it all 6 episodes because I know that it's going to progress things. But like people,
it's 6 episodes.
It's also only 6 episodes. But that's the thing is like in terms of the fact that they kept making things is okay. But to me, Iron Man, meh. Thor, okay, kind of okay. It has a bit more of the magical mythology sort of thing about. But then like Captain America, the first Avenger, meh. Like those things didn't grab me, but they kept putting out more, and I was like, okay, well, there's superhero stuff, and they're generally building together. They're putting out more of these movies, but like Iron Man as a standalone film was like, meh. Sort of what I expected from every Spider-Man movie. It's a standalone film, yay. You're gonna get another one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Yeah, I'm just standing here. I'm not gonna.
But yeah. That's pretty much. And like True Detective. I take well, I guess that's about a detective.
True.
But I don't know if it's like a TV series, a movie. one of those like unsolved mystery stories or shows. I'm going to Google that. Only 8 episodes. True Detective. Oh, it's labeled as a drama series. What? It had 24 episodes. Yeah, 8 per season. I'm looking here, but like it had 3 seasons, a total of 24 episodes. American anthology crime drama series created by and written by Nick written by Nick Italian last name. The series broadcast on the premium cable network HBO. Probably why I never watched it, because I never paid for HBO.
Yeah.
In the United States, premiered on January 12th, 2014. Each season is a series of structured as a self-contained narrative employing a new cast ensemble. Okay, so there was another show that showed up on ABC that did that one, but they had like everybody doing like one thing, and then they were like, okay, we're gonna go on to the next thing. I think it was like American Crime or something like that.
American Horror Story.
No, it was American Crime. I know American Horror Story. That is similar, but not American Gods. Crime. Yeah, it was called American Crime. And like each season had a different issue. And then like the second season used all the same actors, but in a different issue. And they almost played like drastically different parts. But I think in season 1, a war veteran becomes a victim of a home invasion gone wrong, and the lives of 4 people are forever changed as each one is connected to the crime. Second season takes place in Indianapolis, where the co-captains of the private school basketball team are accused of sexually assaulting a male classmate and posting photos of the incident online. First season is the best, and the director from it is doing the new Bond movie, and I'm so excited. News to me, there's a new Bond movie. Apparently, we don't have a television screaming at me every single day or whatever. I'm like, there's a Bond movie? Is this the one with the chick? Or has that been like way too PC'd out and all the MAGA guys are like, no, it needs to be a white male, just like our presidents. No Time to Die. Oh, it still has Daniel Craig in it.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, they're going to milk that as much as they can. Yeah. Release date October 8th, 2021. Okay. Okay. I just do not get Bond films. I never have. But then again, when I was at the age of being captured by Bond films, probably, I was realizing I like boys, and this shows a lot of women stuff. And I'm just like, why are these guys all into these girls? They're like horribly ugly. They are bad looking. They got disproportionate boobs and butts, and they're just totally made up all the time, trying to look pretty for a guy. This is totally shallow women. They should really go for someone real. And I just couldn't really ever get into it because I was like, there's a lot of women and a lot of guns, and this seems superly involved for people from the 1950s. Everything has a pretty decent gay following, to an extent. But then again, there's a very large chunk of the gay community that have absolutely no taste. They drink White Claw. White Claw. Bitch beer LaCroix. The least toxic fandom you've been involved with? I'll have to stop. I've never. To me, it just one of those things where I kind of realized it was probably a thing, but I didn't realize that the James Bond franchise would actually have a fandom, as there's not much to those movies to be a fan over. It's literally just a guy over-sexualizing women and shooting a lot of people. Like, that's not a fandom. That's Alabama. Like, even when that older British lady, I think she played, okay, James Bond. James Bond. She played Judi Dench. When I saw that Judi Dench was involved in a James Bond film, I was like, oh, she's taking one of those dive roles so she can come back later and do something awesome. Because like 20 years, I'm just like, oh man, people are settling for James Bond movies. Not saying she was a bad character. Judi Dench does good characters, but in my mind, she wasn't doing herself justice. Again, I did not have high expectations for a James Bond film. They are not of the quality of like Lord of the Rings. But to be fair, I was spoiled from an early age by Babylon 5. So when I watch a James Bond film, people are like, "Oh my god, this movie's so cool!" I'm like, "Where are the fucking lasers? Where's the existential crisis? Where's the end of the universe coming?" This is just a James Bond film. Enjoy the guns. It's so crude. Like, Dagger, you understand the little autistic child brain of mine. I grew up on Next Generation, then Deep Space Nine, a little bit of Voyager, and Babylon 5, all space sci-fi. Here comes James Bond, and I'm like, why are you still using bullets? You're supposed to have advanced tech, but you have nothing that Star Trek has. What the fuck? Like, what was home? Who played Austin Powers' dad?
I don't know.
Oh, I know the voice. I know the scene too that I think of whenever I think of Austin Powers' dad.
Taste of it, the smell of it, the texture. I love gold so much that I even lost my genitalia in an unfortunate smelting accident. Hence the name Goldman.
Michael Caine.
We are both swingers, you see. Cake. A what? A smoke and a pancake. You know, flapjack and a cigarette? All right. Cigar and a waffle? No. Pipe and a crepe? No. Bong and a blintz? No. Oh, well, then there is no pleasing you. It's not right. Ooh, hello. 20 here. That's a keeper. Same gold member. And that's the way, I like it. You see my sunshine band. All right, gold member.
This part.
Don't play the laughing boy. There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures. And the Dutch.
Even Austin Powers is like, what? And the Dutch. But yeah, it's Michael Caine. Like, he did that role really good, but he took a lowered role for it. But it was also a comedy thing, and he's not known for it. And we were watching a thing about spoof movies, and sometimes it's part of the spoof to take well-known theatrical trained actors, Patrick Stewart, Ciarán McKellen, and put them in absolutely absurd roles for what they usually play. So yeah, like, we all know Leslie Nielsen for being the goofball cop, but he didn't actually do much of that before Airplane. He played fairly serious roles before Airplane, and because of his dry humor stuff, they put him in Airplane to get a juxtaposition, and they realized he's got comedy gold in that, and they put him in many other things. But yeah. That was actually the movie that I saw that I was like, Skyfall, I know that name. Does that have that lady in it? And that's how I found her, by scrolling through IMDb and finding her face. And I was like, it's Judi Dench, and she plays a character named M.
Oh. I don't know him.
Huh?
Oh, because I hadn't realized who she played. And then I made the joke, no, him.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I was like, she's his boss. Well, that just sort of takes the fire out of James Bond if he's got a boss. Like, he's supposed to be the rugged individual quasi-vigilante of the British government. Nope, he's got a boss. He's got to file paperwork. Got to put in his 1092s. TTP reports.
TPS.
TPS reports, TTP reports. But yeah, it's yeah. That's the thing. James Bond has never been one of those things that actually grabbed me because, yeah, I just been over for it. The story was not very compelling, and the graphics, at least for the time of Pierce Brosnan, were like, I could get better graphics out of Voyager. And that was on TV I could watch every week, not have to go to the theater and sit in the dark and watch boobs and poor explosions. Also, I pretty much imagined Daniel Craig as Jason in my script.
Huh.
He knows what that means. I think I looked over the screen once and saw the word Jason. But yeah, that's part of yeah. I feel like I burned the roof of my mouth.
Probably all the pepper.
Yeah. Well, at least I still taste things. Some people have been like, oh man, looks like I got tested for corona. Whoopsie daisy. Looks like I got tested for corona. Whoopsie daisy. And then like the very next day, I'll see on like their Instagram and they're just like, I had to go to Walmart to get something. I'm like, you tested positive for corona and you went to fucking Walmart? With their mask not over their nose. I'm just like, God damn it.
This is literally why we can't have nice things.
This is exactly why we can't have nice things. Of course, this is also in the States, which, again, rapid fire drive-by vaccinations.
Yeah.
I already watched that one, bro. Oh, you didn't actually refresh my feed. Quick fat burner. Eat less. There's no quick fat burner. Only thing I'm worried about with the vaccination is the possibility of get a cytokine storm. What? Don't. The delay in typing speed. I feel like I'd be faster if I Googled that.
Probably.
CYTOKINE. Cytokine storm. Wikipedia. Hypercytokinemia is a physiological reaction in humans and other animals in which the innate immune system causes an uncontrolled and excessive release of pro-inflammatory signaling molecules called cytokines. Normally, cytokines are part of the body's immune system. Release in large quantities can cause multi-system organ failure and death. Contents. Relationships to COVID not seen. During the COVID-19 pandemic, some doctors attributed many deaths to cytokine storms, severe symptoms of acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS, and the high mortality of COVID-19. ARDS is shown to cause mortality in 70% of the COVID-19 deaths. Cytokine plasma level analysis Trials to continue to identify cause cytokine storms in COVID-19 cases. One possible cause of the delay in the INF response, because it leads to the accumulation of pathogenic monocytes. High viremia is also associated with exacerbated type 1 INF response and worse prognosis. Diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease are all risk factors of a cytokine storm. Do you have diabetes, hypertension, or cardiovascular disease? AstraZeneca may be able to help. Oh! You may be entitled to compensation. But do you have any of those? Or is this that, oh my God, a blood clot? 1 in 7 million. Stop the vaccinations. Okay. 1 death in 7 million. And the EU is halting the vaccination, halting 2 different vaccinations. I'm going to take a wild guess that your worry about a vast possibility of a cytokine storm has something to do with autism. Because there's a few things in there that talked about brain neurology, and everything's a bit weird with the autism and can easily be blamed in I'm the special case for an autism thing. Went through that many years ago with like everything. Why are you getting vaccinated? You could get autism. I got autism. I don't fucking care. I got vaccinated against pneumonia.
I got bronchitis.
I got bronchitis. I ain't got time for this. Ain't nobody got time for that. You're not worried about the blood clot thing. The idea of the cytokine storm sounds a lot scarier to me. For all I know, I could have hypertension. I think that worrying about whether or not you may or may not have hypertension that could cause a cytokine storm might give you hypertension. That could cause a cytokine storm. However, that article has nothing about vaccinations causing a cytokine storm, but the actual disease, the actual virus. So, in COVID, the Wikipedia may not have been properly updated. So, false. Experts say there is no evidence to suggest that mRNA vaccines will cause a cytokine storm when an immunized individual is faced with the live variant of COVID-19. The mRNA vaccines developed against COVID-19 are the new type of vaccine. So there is no plan. Oh, this is about this is from Reuters, but yeah, there's no evidence for it. New notifications, 8 hours. Youth is not practicing tomorrow, so he's getting a relative poll as to who wants to be at 11 or who wants to be at 1. I'm just like, I don't need that right now. I mean, I'm not even going to begin with. I've seen that, but I don't know what to change the topic to. We could talk about football, but you don't know shit about that. What are you playing?
Minesweeper Adventure Mode.
Ew. I could probably find a bunch of reasons to have you like get all nervous and have an anxiety attack about your vaccination. Start telling you like the real provable stuff. But you know,
That doesn't seem very sporting.
yeah, that doesn't seem very sporting. Let's keep worrying about the things that aren't proved to have happened. That seems. That was a weird thing I heard someone did a long time ago. They kept telling themselves they set themselves up for success because even though they know it couldn't happen in said topic, the fact that they worried about it and that it never happened gave them relief. And that released the dopamine that said, hey, everything's good. Because they were worrying about something that couldn't happen. And that as long as it didn't happen, they got the feeling of relief and joy. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's
Aaron is blinking and opening his ears. He's like, that's
something.
That's something. But it doesn't seem that okay. It seems fucking weird. It doesn't seem that odd because there seems to be a lot of people, at least in American Twitter, that do that. They worry about things that have no chance of happening. And when they never happen, they're like, oh, it's because I worried about it. Like they purposely drive themselves up about something they know won't happen. What? Why? What? I mean, if you're actually worried about having hypertension, you always go get tested. I mean, you're on Medicare. I'll pay for that shit in a hot minute.
Yeah.
He says I do that a lot because I'm pretty dull. Plus, with none much else but my thoughts to entertain me. Yes, I have the internet, but still. So you are actively keeping yourself bored. That sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, I have the internet, but what? But what? But still what? My sister used to do that all the time when she was a kid. But still. Or I'd ask her a question. Because. Probably one of the weird things that drove me to seek answers from people. Because Kathy went through that typical teenage girl phase where she didn't give answers. She just wanted you to get out of her face. Because, but still. And now I'm like near 40 and people are like, but still. And I'm like, oh no, that's not a trigger word, but that's certainly a cautious phrase, but still. In fact, I even use that. Very calculated. Are you typing on a phone? I just realized that like slow typing could become, and especially when you're trying to fix typos and if the screen shrinks down and does stuff. But I wish I had more stimuli outside of the internet, like parties, clubs, local entertainment type stuff. Yes, I'm on a phone. So I'm going to ask a very long form question. I'm assuming that for the last 2 months, you've watched close to every video of mine. I completely understand not watching the Sunday football videos. Those are not intended for my regular viewers. Although it's great that you probably do watch them and attempt to learn something about the sport, but those are not for not for you. And like Matt Peterborg and Matt Riley and stuff. Those are for my brain sakes. Anyways. Yes, Kellen Smith, I still do. All my football gear is right over there next to that window, waiting for our lockdowns to stop. Currently, the under 27-year-olds can go to practice and, contact and do drills. If you're 26 and under, you can wear your helmet, your pads, and contact, and do all that wonderful stuff that everybody does in football. If you're 27 and older, you're basically jumping up and down on tires and doing ladder drills. No pads. Just, you have to maintain 6 feet distance from each other. Yep.
But we're not bitter about that.
We're certainly not bitter about that one. Anyway, Zachary, so we're going to assume that you have watched at least the last 2 months of my videos. And I'm not going to say that they're all gems. I'm not that delusional. But I have found something pretty consistently interesting. My therapist and I talk about this one with novelty. Yeah, Kellen, it does suck. Hopefully that will be rectified or fixed here soon. I'm hoping sometime in May, because it's going to get to the point where like the less athletic adults are wanting to get out and open up the terraces and the Horeca and the swimming pools and the gyms. I can't even go to my gym. Why would I want to go all the way out to football practice? Yeah. I read it.
No, I was.
We need to talk about with interest. Sorry, my mom was asking me something. Okay. What I was saying is, in the last 2 months, I've not made all gems of videos, but I've always found something kind of interesting. Whether it be weird boats, whether it be the clouds, the interesting weather, the kids at the skate park, the random filmings. By the way, side note, that big long production that they were doing, it's called And Plus. When I actually translated the whole message in the thing and I read it, it's called And Plus. Looked it up. It's actually it's a Dutch lesbian drama coming of age story. It's a television series, actually.
Oh.
Yep. Just a little bit of information, kind of adding on to significant. I play for the Hilversum Hurricanes. I'm going to type that in to the chat again. Did it a couple hours ago. Middle linebacker, and that's a town like 12 miles away, like that. ISA, Hilversum, no, not ISA, logistics. ISA, Hilversum Hurricanes, Jagerspaadje. To get there by driving would take me 31 minutes. So that's taking a couple freeways. It's 38 kilometers, whatever. It's like maybe 20 miles. So not that far. 23 miles, pretty close. But we have 8 teams in our top level, 8 teams in our lower level, and then some startup teams in other cities. There's like 20 total here in the Netherlands, which is about the size of an average state's phone area code, just letting you know. So I could play for Amsterdam Crusaders, but it would take almost as much time to get across town through the transit system as it does to get all the way out to Hilversum. And at that point, when it's a time, I'm like, do I want to play for a red team or do I want to play for a blue team? And I like blue, so I chose Hilversum. It's a stupid reason overall, but I had no reasons to play for any specific team here. I didn't get hired over by a team. We lived in Amsterdam because that's where my husband's company got us a house. And actually I looked at like 4 teams, the Panthers, the Lightning, the Hurricanes, and the Crusaders. And I was just like, let's go for the Hurricanes. I like blue. It was actually very weird to have a choice. Okay, so Zachary, going back to what do I talk about with interest? So what I'm saying is, like, over the last 2 months, my videos have had something interesting about them. I've gone out and about. Looks like you're not getting your vaccine today. Well, that was a bit sudden. About an hour before you were supposed to. Let me finish this thought. The beer's getting to me. The ADD is getting worse. So yeah, I find something interesting to talk about. Sometimes I force interesting about things. I do understand that in a lockdown, they are grocery store adventures. I mean, that was a cute term of endearment, even though it was kind of raggedy from that one commenter a while back, grocery store adventures. But the thing is if you learn to find the intricacies, the difference in the minutia. I go to my therapist twice a month, every 2 weeks. I did not get back to her about King's Day. I could do that Monday. And so and whether I walk from like Rembrandtplein, or I take the tram, or I ride my bike, I always find something interesting. Even if I don't film it, like film my bike or film myself riding the bike, or I ride by something and I'm like, wow, that's actually really cool. I talk about it and I see something interesting that somebody did. Somebody did something interesting. Somebody did something stupid. Somebody did something aggravating. But there's actually a lot of new things happening in the world around you. Because going on a cruise for 8 days, starting from one port, basically going out and coming back, like we did, that is a shotgun blast of novelty. We had never been to Venice. We had never been to Brindisi. We'd never been to Italy. We had never been to Greece. I'd almost never heard of Albania. We'd never really heard of Croatia. I mean, I've heard of it, but I never thought about it much. And we went to 3 places in Greece, and Mykonos, I figured out on the way there. I was like, ooh, Athens, Mykonos, ooh. But that is a shotgun blast of novelty. One of those things that people say brings memories for years, but they maintain as memories, and they are crowning achievement memories. But you can find novelty in your normal day-to-day life. Like, the kids out there at the skate park are constantly being little dickwads to each other. Like, I was waiting for the little scooter gang to show up. They're like 9-year-olds with helmets and elbow pads and wrist pads, and they're on their scooters, and they like get together and they have a little rap battle, but in Dutch. It's great. It's great. But because of the YouTube rules, I can't film it. So I talk about it a lot, and it's great. Do they do it every day? No. But when they do come, it's kind of fun to watch. Also, there's a group of kids that was down beneath the window, and I think I posted a picture of it to the store. I forget where I posted. It was actually a couple weeks ago. That I was playing a bunch of Valhalla, and then I saw them out there, and they were all doing like one guy would get in the middle of the circle, and then he'd rap in Dutch, and then everyone like, oh, and then he'd exit the circle, and then someone else would come in, and they go boom, 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 and then like, oh, like that, and they just do it. This happened for like 5 minutes, and I was like, they're fighting. They're literally dissing on each other in meter and rhyme, just like they do in Valhalla. That's a whole thing in the game that gives you charisma skill. And it made me appreciate more of what that actually is. Before, if you don't actually realize that, you're like, man, that looks kind of stupid. You're just sitting there and you're like rapping. No, that's like you realize it has a purpose socially, but then you don't realize that it's one of those things that's been done for millennia, hundreds of years at least. But since the Vikings are like, oh yeah, flighting, oh yeah, like it's an ancient tradition amongst the Vikings.
Yeah.
So we're looking at least 1,000 years of just literally dissing on each other in meter and rhyme. That's the main scene in 8 Mile. You know, like that's it. That's all they're doing. They get up on stage and he disses on him with meter and rhyme. That's all flighting is. And it gives you a little bit more like, you know what? I can appreciate these kids doing that. It's still weird to watch a bunch of 13-year-olds doing this, but I got to give it up to them. And when you see stuff like that, it's that little bit of novelty, that little bit of like, oh, but it happened right outside my apartment. I don't even think I left the apartment that day because I was doing a rest day. So you need more stimuli outside the internet, like parties, clubs, local entertainment stuff. Homeboy, you are overtly autistic. Do you go to parties? Do you go to clubs? Do you go to local entertainment venues? I don't.
And this is Amsterdam. We could find parties. If we
I
wanted.
could find parties. Like ADA. When is ADA supposed to be? ADA sets 2021 dates. Digital Pro Pass, 75 euros. I don't want to stay up to date on this one.
Oh God, that's nothing.
Access all ADA 2020 digital conference tracks, including ADA Beats, ADA Green, and ADA Tech, plus 1 year subscription to ADA's social networking platform utilizing the full ADA delegates database, plus 1 year access to additional ADA conference items with on-demand program access, new content and virtual sessions, receive virtual ADA goodie bag and other perks throughout the year, and a 50 euro discount on your ADA 2021 Pro Pass. I mean, that's all the original stuff. It was originally 450, but it's also last year's stuff. But the dates for this are October 13th through the 17th. No, we've been over the sensory seeking. To be fair, I don't go to clubs every night. I'm not saying I don't do it. When we go to Groningen,
Yeah.
literally, I'm going to do an actual YouTube search myself. Groningen, Dashric. There it is. After party in Groningen, course language, 105 years, a year ago. A year ago. You will see, you know what, here, I'm going to put it in the chat because I can put it in the chat. Links are allowed in the chat, and you can click this. It has coarse language. You want to see me at a fucking club? There I am. Club. I am blitzed.
Forget how to use a door? Yeah, you did. Our rookies are supposed to meet us here, but I don't know where they are.
So it starts as Aaron and I leaving the football game and going to the hostel. We set up stuff in our room, and then we go back out to the bar right outside, and I wind up buying rounds for everybody that goes to that bar and spending like €8 because I wound up putting my name on the tab for the table. Oops. One of those. What?
Typing it.
But there is an ever-loving butt ton of coarse language in that. I put it in the thing. I get progressively drunk. Oh God, there's Emrys. You have no idea how unbelievably blitzed I get in that video. I am not made of money, but I was glad I had the job the next morning. Okay, so that's the thing. 85, like, if I had spent €850, we'd have probably had a discussion about being accidental, but it was €85. There are times I spent almost that at the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it. Is like,
I didn't spend that much money, and we just basically had rounds of beers. Like nobody, but that's the thing is like, what's super expensive? Liquor. That's the thing. Like Aaron had a couple Jack and Cokes, and those were probably tracking up the bill a little bit. But most of us were drinking beer. Anyways, but yes, Zachary, if you're wondering, if you get to the point where you can get money and you come all the way out here, I will try to get you to come out here when we have a away game in Groningen, and I will say, hey, come and watch this game you have absolutely no interest in. Sit on the sideline. Hope to God it's not in the middle of December and we are playing in sub-freezing temperatures. But, you know, you can watch the game, and then afterwards we can go party on a town that has city ordinances that says if there's more than 10 people in your bar, you don't have to close. That too. But that will have to wait a year, as literally
it's
next Wednesday, the 28th.
Yeah.
27th, sorry. She said my thing is on King's Day, whatever. But there's, but like next year, that would be like the time. True, it is an experience. And to be fair, if you're sensory seeking, it's one of those things. Like, I honestly think if you lived here, I would say at least try football. Because like with the Hurricanes, they'll send you through the rigors of like the basics of football. Maurice is very good at that. Maurice is a very good youth teacher and a good rookie teacher. He's also our star quarterback, but he's like really good at teaching. And he would send you with the rest of the rookies with like shitty pads from the club. Don't worry, you won't die, but you will be able to impact like what we call Gilmans. They're bottom weighted pads that like rock back and forth, and you just hit them. You want sensory experience? Hit somebody with hit a Gilman with a shoulder pad. You're going to fall to the ground and go like, ah, okay, not my thing. Or, oh, that's the two responses that come out of chucking yourself at a Gilman at full speed and hitting correctly. And Aaron is that, Okay, maybe not my thing. Me, what? So it's that sort of thing. You're sensory seeking. It's something to experience sensory stuff with. You also want other stuff. It is spring. I'm telling you this. There is nature in the world. You don't get novelty out of large things. I understand you're in your mid-20s and the world's your orchard. There's my old man coming in. But yeah, it's like there's geology, there's plants, there's tons of stuff that you can do. I'm super drunk. You can see my fingers. And it's just, there's things to do. You don't need grandiose bursts. Take the trickle as it comes. Sometimes you'll fall down the metaphorical rabbit hole. I hope to God you can't actually fall down a real rabbit hole. But there are things, follow a pathway if you find one in a forest. Like about 8 times a year on a regular schedule, I could have went to the nature park. 4 blocks? About 4 blocks?
Yeah.
It was about 4 blocks from our apartment. We had a giant nature park, about 220 acres. Had paved pathways, had regular pathways, had skinny little pathways. Didn't have a bike, didn't ride on there, probably could have. Even on the dirt paths, big old roots sticking out. But the fact that, there was like a family of deer that lived in there, and an owl attacked my head. And the fact that I told the lady at the thing, she was like, okay, fine, we'll put the signs up. Apparently he's getting really testy right now. Hey, what? Okay, fine. But that's the thing. There's about 8 times a year I could go there on a regular schedule, about once a season, and then midway through the season as the transitions are happening. So beginning of winter, middle of winter, beginning of spring, middle of spring. And it would just be different. Different flowers are in bloom. Different trees are doing the different smells, the different animals. We know the owl is a jerk. And that's the thing. You're not going to get much novelty out of it, but you're getting some. And in times like this, I mean, it's a little bit retro. It's a little bit, too little. It seems like too little, too late because we're already hitting this light at the end of the tunnel. But it's one of those things that could be useful for next winter. Find adventure in the mundane. Yeah. Like, I did a 7-kilometer bike ride. I did a solid loop and never stopped moving on my bike for 7 kilometers. Yeah, I'm not going to go through the test. I'm just going to safely assume that I probably have some pretty strong ADD qualities. But there's also my brain runs 9 bajillion times faster than most other people. So I feel like I always have this ADD, but with H. I have high anxiety and hyperactivity. But some of the ADD qualities happen to be in there. But then again, if you listen to enough Tumblr or depressing Instagram reels, having an eyelid is a symptom of ADHD. So there's that. Do you drink water? Do you have trouble eating spicy food? Are you constantly going to the bathroom at least once a day? You might have ADD. They put you on diet meth all through school, and that was all that keep me. Yeah. Anyways, but like, you can go back, and I understand that it's on the video, it's on the internet. But one of those things, like it's 24 minutes. It's something that could qualify as a burst. Take your phone, take the video that I have unlisted that's at the end of that vlog that is full 21-minute recording and like maybe put a fan on your face, like simulate this, and then put your phone like right here and literally like put it at your focus range. That's about mine. I can look at everything on my screen just fine. And I just look at everything. Look at the things as they're passing. To be fair, the camera is a very narrow range. If you were actually riding the bike at that point, you could do what I do. Oh, you know. But there's a lot to take in 20 minutes. If you can't get through it all because it's overstimulating, okay. But I do a loop pretty decently. Like I played sections of it for Aaron. He was like, wow, that's actually pretty cool. But yeah, it's 10:15. But yeah, there is stuff. You live in Indianapolis. You do not live in Podunk, Indiana. I've met people who lived in Podunk, Indiana. I bet I don't know how to find him on Facebook. So I'm going to do what I do best. Find it on Google Maps from my memory. He lived in Indiana. He lived in a little. I live in Oost, a borough of Amsterdam. There's Indianapolis. There's Fort Wayne. I keep forgetting how long and straight the roads in Indiana are. Like, it's true. Things are very flat in Indiana, but no, it's not coming to me. I can't think of it.
What were you trying to find?
A town that a guy that followed me from that weird Gay Geeks group, not Gay Geeks of PDX, but that other one I was in for a while. But then he like realized that I'm like truthful and tell people exactly how things are. Yeah. Didn't really like that. But yeah, I'm looking at Indianapolis, Brownsburg, Whitesburg, Fisher. So you're in Northeast Indiana. You have a lake over there. I guarantee you that Heist Reservoir is fine. You've got, there's a yacht club over there. Let me look at the actual satellite of this. Oh my God, suburbia looks like a fucking brain shit all over the place. Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe this isn't the greatest idea to go biking around the reservoir because you can't. You'll be in the middle of everybody's private docks and backyards in Ritzyville. Fuck these twat gobblers.
That's for all the, I'm guessing, wealthy people.
Yeah, I clicked back and saw him say that. Okay, so there's Fisher's. There's that weird circle, Nickel Plate District Amphitheater. I mean, that's just the designer's
Wet dream.
kind of. Steak and Shake with its own separate parking lot from a McDonald's. With an O'Charlie's. What is that big ass? There's a Pizza Hut Express inside a Target. God fucking damn it. There's just so much inane suburbia around here. Like, here's some, like, Roy G. Holland Memorial Park, community park for ball sports and picnics. There's what to be looks 4 baseball diamonds and like pretty shitty soccer fields. There's some soccer fields over there. Tennis and basketball courts. Nobody does tennis. Nobody's that gay. Look up the high school I went. And why do you think I hate it? Hate what?
He hates where he lives.
You keep talking so trash about it. It's so boring. It's so flat. It's so mindless. You trash on this place constantly. It's just like why you hate it here? Because you trash on it constantly. I didn't hate it in Beaverton. I didn't trash on Beaverton. Very specific parts of Beaverton had some irks. Like the fact that they still tried to maintain having a town split along railroad tracks. And you had that, like, here's this, it like divided the city unnecessarily. That was dumb. But I just answered your question. Why do I think that you hate it there? Because you trash on it constantly. That's it. There. The Ritchie Woods Nature Preserve. I don't know how far that is away from you. It looks fairly big. I mean, it's got some trails in it. Look at this, Aaron. Look at those trails.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Let's get over there. Oh, they've even got those wooden ones like we had at our nature park. Look at that shit.
Nice.
This is awesome. I'm like, right now would be a great time because like nature is coming alive. You know, even this shitty picture here that looks like the winter time, I could find interesting stuff to look out of that one. You know, there's like rocks, like, oh my fucking God, look at this. Look at that. I would find so much interesting out of that rock pile.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is, this will probably be the last thing that I'm probably going to say. Open dawn to dusk. Please help protect this area. Follow the rules. Stay on the designated trails. Bicycle, horses, and motorized vehicles are prohibited. Dogs may disrupt wildlife. Please keep them on a leash. Wildlife protected. Observe. Do not disturb. This is exactly the nature park. This is the exact same rules,
Yeah,
except for the murder owl.
Bikes prohibited. Oh wow.
Oh well, that means you get to walk at
Yeah.
a leisurely pace over like little swampy stuff. Like this little picture right here from January 2020, so before pandemic, you could like get over the side and like sit down and look in the water and see what is happening in water. Yeah, it looks like a flat version of Canvas. It's true.
I think probably a flat version of Beaverton is more accurate.
But that's the thing. Like, I don't know how close you live to the Ritchie Woods Nature Preserve, but that's a place to go find novelty at least 4 times a year. If you've never been there, oh, it's just a nature preserve, then go. If you've been there before, when's the last time you were there? Last week? Cool, you already go there. Well, I was there in like October. Oh, cool, you were there in fall when everything was dying. Go back now that everything's coming back to life. See the different animals, see all the different flowers, see the water levels. The only part of Indy I'd say is pretty is Brown County State Park.
Pictures if you want them.
Brown County State Park?
Yeah.
Where is it, though? Due south of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
By a long ways.
Yeah.
And here I gave you a nature park within the city limits. It's not big, but like I said, you don't have to go to some place that is majestic and pretty and awe-inspiring and photogenic. You'd be surprised how many people take photos of stupid shit and make it look great. You want to take your photography? Go to that fucking nature preserve. Get your phone, tip it upside here. I want to show you probably the most cliche, boring-ass photo anybody has ever taken out of Amsterdam. That's literally the Amstel River. Just looking down at Macherbruch. That's it. I mean, to be fair, you're not going to get penis-shaped rugs, fake grass to wipe your feet on in your grocery stores. But that's the thing. It's grocery store adventures. I found penis-shaped fake grass. Here's a boat transporting the pylons that hold up a windmill. It wasn't Spencer's Gifts. This was motherfucking Albertheim. That was like, here, I'll go back to the picture. I will look up. That was literally next to soup, I think.
He's making a joke about where you would find that in the States.
Yeah. Tea. I'm sorry. It's right up there next to Pickwick's and Lipton tea. But that's the thing. You don't need grandiose, over the top, like sit down and meditate for hours on end or whatever. Like I went through the locks and 9 times out of 10, I'm going to find something real interesting at the locks. Like a house boat. It was just a barge with a tiny home on it. Not like what we call a Vone boat here, which is basically a boat converted for a living space. This was literally a pontoon barge. And then there's the Hirota Specuripius, which is just the Peppa Pig jigsaw puzzle. But yeah, like, I don't know what phone you have. I don't know what camera you have that you took all those pictures with on your Instagram. But a 30-minute walk around the Ritchie Woods Nature Preserve, I don't even know if that would be that long. I don't. 10410 Hague Road, Fishers, Indiana, 46038. Currently open. Playfishers.com.
Hague, H-A-U-G-E,
Yeah.
or H-A-G-U-E.
Yep. I mean, he probably, it's right next to the Humane Society for Hamilton County. What's the worst of that one? You go inside the Humane Society for Hamilton County, if it's open, you go look at cute dogs that you can't adopt. I'm going to counter that I have literally been to the Acropolis in Athens, Greece. I've stolen a rock from the Acropolis in Athens, Greece. Was that not a portmanteau, but it was that.
Oh, it's that other thing, yeah.
Yeah, I literally just picked up a rock and took it home. I haven't altered the rock in any way. It's somewhere in this apartment. It's probably in the suitcases, but I picked up a rock from Greece and I took it home. That's it. It's probably just crumbled and weathered marble from the Acropolis. But yeah, I've been outside the original Olympic Games stadium. Wasn't supposed to, but I've touched the artifacts that were on because we didn't want to pay to go inside. You know, I have eaten authentic feta and olives from the Spartan hills of Greece. That is far more interesting to me than taking a tram ride into Central. But I can still find something interesting at Central.
Or on the tram.
That too.
Or on the way. It's really not about where you are. It's about finding an experience. And I suffer from the same thing. It is legitimately hard for me to find exciting new things. But I do it. Because it's really important for mental health.
Yeah. Like we went to Subway today.
That was not the most exciting thing in the world. It's a Subway. I mean,
but like taking a look down the Amstel and seeing not the rest, but a whole butt ton of Dutch and tourists, not necessarily tourists, just boating. People enjoying life. That's that.
Yeah.
And I said, I took a picture of it. I took a picture of that person just taking their boat out.
There was a guy who went down under one of the bridges we were on, who was just like leaning towards the middle of this boat, and I was like, oh my God, how is he steering it? He had throttle on the wall, and he was throttle on the wall this side of him, and he was leaning on the rudder and just steered anytime he needed to.
Mhm.
And he was just totally chilling. But I hadn't seen a boat with an electric motor and a rudder that you had to move by hand.
At this point for me, a vacation is going downtown to my friend's place and hanging out with them for an afternoon.
Okay. That sounds like a decent vacation. Well, sounds like a decent day.
I'm gonna have to do editings on this video, make sure I get it all right. That was pretty fun. That's something interesting I find. It's gonna be a YouTube short as soon as I get some editing done on it.
So yeah, legitimately, we both get it, but it's you hate your town because you keep telling yourself you hate your town. There's stuff to do. Look up the Avenue Q song. There is life outside your apartment. And on that note,
Yeah, I have issues with the fandom of Avenue Q.
understandable. I have issues with all of them that I've met in person.
Dankjewel.